What's up, everybody? Paul here from the Hoops Crew and it's Postgame Live after a very unfortunate grand final loss. It's a pretty hard one to digest. It's a hard one to wade through. I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you over the course of the night. I can see Kiri's just popped in, and I'm sure there's plenty of others who are going to want to come in and chat over the course of the night. Obviously, there's a real pit in the guts, I think, for all of us right now. What I want to put out there straight away, for anyone who comes in tonight, Kiri, I know you're going to be fantastic at this anyway, but just for anyone who pops in over the course of the night, is sharing their thoughts in the chat or whatever. Obviously, there's a lot of disappointment. There's a lot of sadness. There's a lot of probably frustration from a lot of people too over this particular game. Let's remember here that we're all supporters. We're all trying to drive at ultimate team success though in the future. And if we can all just treat each other with a little base level of respect, and maybe if we've got some points we want to share and some things that have been stuck in the claw for a long time and you really feel like are a genuine concern, save those for another night. Just so that we can just kind of wade through this one, pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and move on. Now, Ben has been doing a little bit of work in the background here, and he's gone and put the little StreamYard logo. That's a QR one. So if you want to scan that one, I presume, to join the stream, because he didn't tell me he'd done it, then, well, I assume it's visible to all of you. I can see it. That, or it's just a thing that's exclusively on my end. I wasn't informed about this beforehand, and it's not been appearing on the Paul James show in the past. So it's all news to me. It may not even be there for you all now. I'm double checking myself. But before we bring anyone on board, I guess some top level thoughts from me. Obviously, a very disappointing result. Good, the QR code is there. Okay, I'm not just seeing things. Obviously, a very disappointing result. The first half, fantastic, battled really well, really tight contest. And I felt like, maybe like a lot of you, that not that it was going to be easy, but we had this one in hand. And then the wheels completely fell off. The injury for Jeremy Cameron obviously really didn't help. But I'd also say there was a lot of players who had probably been carried a little bit up to that point and certainly didn't step up to the plate once he went down, and things just kind of fell apart from there. Brisbane got the momentum and there was no turning back. Before we bring our first guest on board, and please, again, use that QR code if you want to join and share your thoughts. We'll all be getting through this in whatever way suits us best. Before we do, I want to take one moment to acknowledge a comment that popped here before the stream started, because I've seen this person pop around on social media. I've seen them pop in the comment section of our YouTube, and this person is a Hawthorn supporter who's probably having a very good time at our expense right now. But I just want to highlight Guinea Season here, who says this is better than sex. That would suggest, as I'd probably expect, that you've never had sex before, because if you had, you know full well that this doesn't even come close. So, hey, virgin, fuck off. With that out of the way, let's get into proceedings here and bring in our first guest of the night. Kiri, you attended the grand final.
Yes, I did, Paul. It was obviously 8-hour drive from Adelaide. It was my first grand final I attended live. So I met with Ben at the Young and Jacksons, then at Federation Square, a couple of other mates as well. So that was awesome. Marching to the G. The first quarter was great. I thought we did really well. Brisbane were kicking themselves out of this game. I thought, we look absolutely on here. Second quarter, we fell a little bit. We got ourselves back into it. I think it was like 36 apiece, and I thought, look, if we just get our matchups right, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be good enough to beat them. But that second half, just couldn't believe what I saw. And full credit to Brisbane. They're the reigning premiers for a reason. They're the reason why they went back to back. We were just disappointing, especially in that fourth quarter. Like, that was a very un-Geelong-like performance. I thought if we could get ourselves back in this game, maybe a 20, 30-point margin, I thought, fair enough, we went for it. But we just gave up. And that's just what I found absolutely disappointing.
Yeah, I think once they got that first goal, but also more specifically, and geez, I don't like to pump this bloke up because, of course, he was a right cockhead when we played him in the qualifying final. But a massive credit to Cam Rayner, who and probably the Brisbane coaching team as well, who absolutely recognised what the move was going to be when Blitzarves took over in the ruck, and he picked it. He just bolted straight off the line and just nailed him because he knew that Mark Blitzarves was going to just try and bring it down to himself and then try and take off. And he absolutely nailed him to the wall. So, and got him a couple of times. So, even when there were opportunities, and you talk about the beginning of the fourth quarter, and you can see, okay, here's the play, here's what we're going to do. They were prepared for it. Now, maybe I'm going to walk back my compliments for Rayner. Tom's just kind of popped a screw Rayner in there. I'll actually walk back my compliments a little bit. Props to the coaching team at Brisbane because they would have recognised it. Rayner's not smart enough to make that recognition. He would have done what he was instructed. He executed. But sorry, shout out to Fags and the team because they certainly knew what the play was, and they sent him out and he did the job and executed there. But
he's a master coach, Chris Fagan, and
he's very good at what he does.
I think we're seeing a renaissance of that early 2000s Brisbane Lions team. I absolutely think they could do a three-peat. They should have in 2023 against Collingwood.
This should already be the three-peat, unfortunately.
I think they're going to do it again. Like this team is unbelievable. Like Will Ashcroft deservedly won the Norm Smith. He just absolutely took us to the cleaners.
He obviously got a lot of the ball. He was going at about 60-odd% efficiency. I was a little bit stunned that it was him. I thought he played a very good game, but I probably could have listed half a dozen players, funnily enough, all on the Brisbane side.
Could have been Zach Bailey, but he didn't have his kicking boots. I thought Charlie Cameron,
3 goals, 6.
Charlie Cameron,
he shot him in the foot there.
Charlie Cameron did absolutely nothing all year, and all of a sudden, when it all matters the most, he turns up. I thought he was going to be a walk-through Norm Smith medalist. But from a Geelong perspective, Jeremy Cameron didn't look right, obviously, and it just goes back to I don't want to criticise Chris Scott too much, but that whole third quarter, he was on the bench. Like, make up your mind, just sub him out, get Jack Martin on early. Obviously, Reece Stanley went off in the fourth, and we could have used Jack Martin a lot earlier in that game because none of our forwards were working. We could have used the spark in the forward line, but as soon as Jack Martin went on, the game was over. And the matchups, how many times have we kicked it to Harris Andrews? Like, again.
Oh, mate. Sorry, go on. No, go. I think you're about to lead into it anyway.
I know it's on the players as well. Shannon Neal, I thought he had a disappointing game. Again, you've got to take the lead, use your body, you're 200 centimetres, use your big body, brother. But if it's not working, change up the matchups. I did not see Blitzarves go on Andrews at all. Even put Jeremy Cameron on.
He tried on a few occasions, but it just he just wasn't having any of it. Like, he was just going to commit to Shannon Neal regardless. So, which is the right move because Shannon Neal was absolutely, like, if you were going to go, these are your 3 key forwards or 3 tall forwards, absolutely Shannon Neal was kind of the weakest of the 3. And so if you can line yourself up off him and then play off him, that's a win. So he did that well. You're right. Shannon Neal was pretty disappointing. He didn't get great service. There were quite a few times where it could have been delivered and should have been delivered to him much better than it was. But he also had some really good opportunities he didn't take advantage of either. So there's a bit of both there. Shout out, to Thomas, who dropped a super chat in there as well. Much appreciated, as always. And thank you, Thomas, for your support over the course of the year. And to everyone else who's, especially in the last couple of weeks, who's been throwing some super chats around, having a whole lot of fun through our Brownlow streams and Paul James shows and all those things. It's been awesome. But I'll make sure to kind of extend a bit of more dedicated love to all of you in the community a little bit later on. We'll just hone in on the game right now. I don't know. Do we want to hone in on some of the? So we're obviously just talking about Shannon Neal being one of the weaker players. Oh, sorry, and I also saw the chat, the chat pop up before. It was Tom just saying, pretty sure Jezza broke his arm. Yeah, that's been confirmed since he broke his arm. And look, the sub one was an interesting one. So when it comes to someone like Jeremy Cameron, who, like, structurally that forward line falls apart if he's gone, I I don't blame Chris Scott for being really, really hesitant, because if it turns like you go down, you jab him up. I mean, it's all a big what if. You'll never know really, but I think we'd all agree that Geelong's a better team with Jeremy Cameron out there at even 70%. Oh, hell, he proved it with that run down tackle on Jasper Fletcher. That was absolutely unreal.
Sensational. Yeah.
And there was also several really good plays towards the back end, through the back end of the game as well. Like through that whole second half when he was on the ground, not getting checked out for 17 minutes or whatever it was before he popped up again, he was throwing his body at absolutely everything. He was all in. And so I would take him at 70% over most players. But at the same time, yeah, it's a weird one. I've actually heard him speak during his press conference, and he kind of highlighted. Sorry, this is Scotty. I mean, and he was quick to just point out, geez, we're looking forward to the sub not being a thing, because then we don't have to worry about it. Like he's off. He either comes off or he doesn't, but we can just continue to march on. So
yeah.
It's a tricky one.
100%.
I wouldn't want to drag Jeremy Cameron and then go, it's not as bad as it looked. Like there was a bit of swelling. It was giving me a lot of grief. We've jabbed him up. Suddenly he's okay, but we've benched him. That was also similar sort of flip the script, but the similar sort of thing I was going when they decided to sub Lachie Neale on at halftime, like, and then Starcevich went down. Like this could really blow up in your face here. Like he's out concussed. You now can't make a sub. You were a player short. The advantage for Brisbane is that the game was pretty much cooked by that stage of the third quarter anyway.
It was done. Yeah. And the gamble paid off, because I thought if Lachie Neale did his, because I thought him starting as a sub, I thought he was going to be underdone. He came on and did his calf. I thought Brisbane would be in absolute trouble, but he comes on within a couple of minutes, kicks a goal, and I thought, far out. Everything goes wrong. It just went completely wrong. But that's football, isn't it? It's just how it is. Is what it is. At the end of the day, they were the better side. But
a better team on the day.
But I'll tell you what, I was after full time, the presentations and all that. I was in the same bay with some of our AFLW players. Some of them were in tears. My heart just broke for them. Like, really got behind the boys, but yeah, just hurts. And the worst thing about it is, Paul, it's like, you fall short, you have to wait another 6 months of the off season. You all have to start over in round one again. So,
not to mention, like the competition is only getting tougher. And look, I don't want to lean too heavily into this. I think this is definitely a conversation for another time. But the strength of Brisbane and what is coming their way with your Oscar Allens and your Drapers and Dan Annable as an NGA and all, like, it is absolutely wild the riches they've got right now. It actually, and again, I don't want to lean too heavily into this, but it blows my mind all the neutrals who will sit here and say Geelong with their salary cap and blah 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 blah, and then like it just shows, I think, the ignorance to look around and go. And don't get me wrong, I'm not in any way suggesting that Brisbane's done anything dodgy, just like Geelong hasn't done anything dodgy, but to look around and go, Geelong's the only team who's top of the pops and playing funny buggers and all, like, or to make any accusations, it's insane to me. Brisbane is going to be in this contest next year up to its eyeball. Hell, they did what they did. Kitty Coleman was out all year. Eric Hipwood's a spud, but he didn't play. Like, there's a whole bunch of others that are going to be queuing up to come back. Let alone
McCarthy.
Link McCarthy. Like, that team, their seconds
could
be a top 8 team. Like the blokes who don't play could be a top 8 team next year. It's absolutely insane how deep they run. They've traded well. They've drafted well. They've absolutely reaped the benefits of being a Northern team, getting the Northern Academy stuff. Like, I'm not going to like, they are absolutely incredibly fortunate. But at the same time, they have done so many other things right that it's all credit to them. And it's just like, and good luck to every other team in the competition, because they are only getting stronger. So, and 100%. Look, I think we will too. We can toss Rowan Marshall in there. Maybe we get Curnow as well. I still, it's going to be a really hard one to pull off both. I think
we have to get a ruck. I think Rowan Marshall is absolutely number one. like I said before, Stanley was underdone, I thought, and we can't go on with him as our full-time number one ruck next year. God knows what Toby Conway is going to be like. Get Royal Marshall in. Um, we need a ruck more than a key forward, in my opinion, and
No, I agree.
get Warple in as well. And for God's sake, play George Stevens. Give this guy a run. Like Jed
Yeah.
Buse, he could have been handy today as well. He could have clamped down on Charlie Cameron.
I'm glad you said it, not me, because I've been, as we all know, I've been beating this drum for 12 months. Absolutely, I've been, and in fact, Charlie Cameron is the one
What
all
happened?
year that I've been
Why
saying
did
this
he
is
fallen out of favour?
yeah, and I've been saying all year, Charlie Cameron is he was always the example I pulled out. It's to deal with the Charlie Camerons, and look what Charlie does. He's one good game of the year, grand final day, no Jed Buse to put him in his place. Again, got some pretty good delivery. Our defenders were probably some of the best players on the ground for us. They really
100%.
fought pretty manfully. When that, especially point in that second half when they were just completely under siege, and you could see that the midfield and the forwards had just kind of dropped off. They had to keep battling on because the ball just kept getting pumped their way.
Yeah, 100%. I loved Lawson Humphrey's performance, especially in the first half. He was sensational. Like I couldn't get the stats on my phone because the reception was shit, but it would have easily been nearly 100% disposal efficiency. He was so clean with the ball.
If I can
He was so
see if I can have a quick
composed.
look while we're chatting. Keep
And
going.
Jai Clark, this is a guy I've been banging on all year. I was really impressed with him. He's especially in that first quarter as well. His second to third efforts, he- and his willingness to attack the
Lawson went at
footy.
78%, by the way, in the end.
But Jai Clark, I was just absolutely impressed with his performance as well. And maybe the club has seen something in him that we're not seeing at the moment. Like if this is what Jai Clark can offer going forward, I'll be absolutely happy with that.
Yeah, look, I mean, the numbers read pretty well. Like he played 62% of game time, so he's still well off what he would get if he's absolutely kind of considered one of our mainline locked in starting 22 players. He got 62% game time, made like 369 meters gained, 14 disposals. What he did get exposed in the aerial contest on a few occasions, and his lack of, and this is what when I put up the video that was the Britney Spears "Leave Jai Alone" thumbnail and all that. Like,
Yeah,
the one big knock I've got on Jai right now is not his intent. It's not his skill. I know he misses some kicks from time to time, but also if we want to talk about missed kicks, we probably all need to have a bit of a chat about Max Holmes today. He was absolutely putrid with ball in hand today. But
unbelievable. Yeah,
just like there was, I think like 4 like actual munged kicks off the boot.
so many clangers, like even at the kick-ins as well. I think early
Yeah,
in the
the one that
game
went
he
out the
kicked it
full.
on the
Sorry, there
full.
you go. There's the 4th. I could think of 3 where he just absolutely hacked it and it just wobbled
Like
horrifically off the
he
boot. But yeah,
he racked up the ball, but gee whiz, like he absolutely butchered it. I don't know if it was like grand final jitters. Obviously, he was playing in his first grand final as well. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for that, but I thought, man, you got to be clean with the ball. We've seen better outputs from Max Holmes, Bailey Smith as well. I think things got into his head as well. Um, again,
yeah.
what could you do?
But no, I mean, to the point about Jai though, like he showed a lot of promise, and I think the big knock for him is and like I said in the video, his body just needs to develop. That's the thing that's missing for him is he just needs a little bit more size on him because he plays the game I think the way we all want him to play it. Like he puts his head over the ball, he bashes in there. He's absolutely a contested animal. He just doesn't have the size to compete with the big boys yet.
Yeah,
And he
100%.
might be your, though a different position, he might be your Zach Guthrie or your Andrew Mackey, where it just takes longer for his body to develop to a point where he can actually compete the way he he wants to be able to compete, the way that the club is looking for him to be able to compete. So,
Yeah.
I absolutely love the direction he's heading in, and I'm glad he's there going into next year because I think his contract goes on for 1 more year, and he'll just get that time to continue to develop his game.
Mm.
Any others? Any other players you wanted to spotlight in particular while we're here?
Oh, who else? Who else did I like? I thought Brian Myers did what he could. Um,
Absolutely.
he linked up some players. Like
And he was clean.
I didn't
I'll
I didn't
try and
feel
check
like
his
he didn't
disposal
do
thing. He was pretty
too much
consistent.
anything wrong, but Blitz was okay as well. Ollie Dempsey, I thought he was good as well, even though he got those junk time goals.
Yeah, he got the
I
junk
thought,
goals, setting those aside, but
but yeah, but I thought
he
his
competed
work
hard.
rate was off the charts as well when we were up. Um, Dangerfield, I was probably really disappointed with as well. You know,
He got well held by Starcevic, and I did see the comment in the chat earlier on. I think there was the question about what was happening with him on the bench when Starcevic first went off. And look, I think he'd already come off, and it was just a bit of a timing thing initially. But I was surprised they didn't just flick him back onto the field straight away and go, okay, have at it. Because those first few contests when he got on, there was the Dangerfield aggression. But the tides had already turned. Momentum was already tracking against us, and so it wasn't great at that particular point. So I am seeing some of the comments there. People trying to retire. I've seen 3 names come up. People trying to retire Stanley Blitzarves and Dangerfield. The idea of people trying to retire Blitzarves is absolutely wild to me. I thought he was actually he played
serious?
a pretty good game considering
That
the amount
is a
that
shit
he had to
attempt at
pick up.
rage baiting, honestly.
So I don't think I can't remember. I've seen the comment flying through. I don't even think it was rage bait. I think it was one of our genuine commenters. And sorry, I can't find at the moment. Oh no, it's
Surely
Jezaleko.
not.
Jez is not
Brother, no.
Jez is not the sort of person to bait. So
Come on, man.
I'd imagine that's a genuine thought.
Come on.
Maybe save that one for later, Jezza, and then you can have a mass debate about it.
Just get yourself a cup of tea. Relax, man.
It's
Mark Blitzarves, really.
The Blitzarves one is a surprise. Danger. Look, I mean, I don't see how people can come to that conclusion either, considering what he offered last week. He had a bad day today for sure. He was one of many that had a bad day today. So I couldn't really pin that on him either. And Reece Stanley, look, that will be a contentious one, but I also don't mind the idea of Geelong probably hedging their bets a bit, right? You obviously mentioned Toby Conway. We don't know what's going on with his body. Mitch Edwards, they seem very happy with his development, but he's still young and he's still pretty slight frame as well at the moment. And then you don't know, we're confident, but you don't know what is going to happen with Rowan Marshall yet. So you don't retire a bloke because he's kind of your insurance in a lot of ways.
No, and
we know
thing.
He's still up to the level. He's definitely not your top flight ruckman, but he is up to the level. He can get out there and compete. He can do good things. He was definitely out there undercooked today, coming off his hamstring. And he's always, regardless of the time of the season, he's always been a bit rusty off the back of a lengthy break. He is a momentum guy. And
100%.
so he had none. He got tossed straight into the out of the fryer into the. I can't remember what the stupid phrase is. I know the one.
And sadly, I thought, he was again underdone at the wrong time.
Worst possible time
when we needed him. It's just unfortunate, but bring in Marshall, and I think Reece Stanley. I expect him to be in the twos for most of the year. Probably bring him as a backup ruckman.
Yeah,
Rowan Marshall to be number one. The ruck. That's just been an issue for us since freaking Brad Ottens after he retired at the end of 2011.
We haven't had that
go-to
obvious ruckman for a long time. Reece Stanley's been very good. He's done his job.
He's done his job. He's been a serviceable ruckman, but gee whiz, they just can't stay on the park. We have to get Marshall on whatever it takes.
I'm looking forward to chatting soon, Ethan. We'll get Gothman McCad on next. Because I believe in a recent stream, I don't know, might have been waiting for ages and then missed out. So we'll get you on next. But yeah, Ethan, absolutely wholeheartedly agree, mate. Ethan also says, actually, if we can make Marshall a more disciplined ball user, he can be a menace. I mean, he's a fantastic ball user and a pretty good strategic mind as well. I will stand here on my own if I need to. And that whole Naz play at the end of the year, if you go and watch some of the footage, and I've seen a few like fan recordings because everyone's trying to go, look, here's the moment. You only have to see it. And like Rowan Marshall orchestrated that entire play. He told Naz exactly where to go, what to do.
Yep.
And he ran straight to the spot, and then he nailed the kick, which is half the battle when you're a ruckman as well. So I think this is a very, very good player. And if he comes to the Cats, he's going to be really handy for us. Donatello's excited for Marshall. Is Marshall coming, or is he still deciding whether he wants to stay at St Kilda? I think he wants to go. Tom, I think it's just a case of he's not been able to declare anything because Geelong was still in the race. It's why, and I am seeing the comments in the chat also about Warple, and I think Warple is a whole other conversation because I think he's more of a depth option, and we're getting for nothing. He's a free agent as well, so keep that in mind, everyone. But I've already forgotten what I was saying. I think they were just having to wait until Geelong was, until Geelong was actually out of the race. Same with Charlie Curnow. Like, set aside whether it does or doesn't happen or not, but clearly the talk is that he wants to come to Geelong. But that, it's irresponsible, I would say, for any player to come out and say, this is the team I want to go to while that team is still in the finals race. And I say that knowing that Jeremy Cameron did that back in 2020. He had already nominated Geelong grand final week before that grand final. I don't think that's why we lost. In fact, Dusty is why we lost. But
I thought it was after we lost the grand final. Jeremy nominated.
No, it popped up during the week.
Oh, right.
And I don't think it was a rumor, if I recall. I believe it was actually some confirmation during that week. But someone, in the chat, confirm me if I'm wrong. Tom says, Curnow is Cats, Suns, or Swans, right? They're the three that's being linked. So we'll see what happens. Oh, Kerry says, no Tom Stewart, and there goes premiership chances. Tom Stewart's not making up a 47-point differential, but
that's easily 3 or 4 goals off the tally, though. But
yeah, I would agree.
Maybe a pinch in the midfield as well. That's something we haven't done all year either. 2024, we put Tom Stewart in the midfield. Could have been an extra punch for maybe 5 to 10 minutes, but unfortunately, obviously him missing out with concussion. But I reckon we would have halved the margin. I reckon if he was
half the margin probably sounds about fair. Because not to mention, again, going back to our conversations about Charlie Cameron, but you can also bundle Zach Bailey in there and Kyle. Like, there's a knock-on effect, right, where they just get like all the magnets change if he's still on there. So, and who those opponents are. So I'm inclined to agree with that. Actually, I've also just realized that like going back to our Reece Stanley conversation, he had 13 hit outs. That's all.
Really? Wow.
Again, undercooked.
But far out.
Mark Blitzarves had 28, and he was undersized. Yeah. So.
No, he was all right.
Kerry says Tom Hawkins is putting on his boots in 2026. He just told Fox Footy.
Oh, he was at the gate. He was in one of the bays. Like, he had like the Cat sign up. It was like, woo. Harry Taylor as well, I saw.
Oh, Harry was there too. Cool.
Yeah, that was
incredible. The Virgin has come back. Guinea's here.
Oh, what are you doing?
In case you missed it before, Guinea, you made a comment before the stream started that watching Geelong lose is better than sex. Only a virgin would say that. So thanks for popping into the chat again and giving me an opportunity to deliver that feedback directly to your face, you fucking clown.
Right. Show your face, you coward.
Now, I won't go too heavy-handed because God forbid if it's one of my students who I've just insulted. But anyway, enjoy this, you little keyboard pissant. So, moving on. Any other thoughts from the game, though, right?
I thought Snoop Dogg was pretty good.
Apparently, Goth Mama Cats really enjoy. I can see in the background. Apparently, really enjoyed my commentary there. I think I saw the laughter and the smile. So, glad you got a real kick out of that one. I run a very different post-game live for anyone who's missed it. I am far more derogatory. And
different vibe. No, definitely different. But no, I thought pre-match entertainment. I thought Snoop Dogg was all right. Kept
Yeah,
it
so I
PG.
missed most of the pre-game because it was my daughter's birthday. That's why, as I've
Yeah,
spoken about quite a lot, that's why I didn't go to the game itself. Basically, I arrived about 10 minutes before the game started. Um, but I heard it was really great. I've watched some clips back.
yeah. He was
I've seen a bit
awesome.
of it, and looked like he was pretty good.
Yeah. No, he was. No, he. Like I said. No, he was awesome. Obviously, a bit of a bit controversial with him when we announced him due to other things. But no, I thought, to be fair, he rehearsed as well. He actually did
Yeah, he
his
really put in the
homework.
effort. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
I
he
think he
did.
requested to go set up at Marvel and get to do some proper rehearsals on something that was going to be similar-ish
Yeah,
in scale, which I think is really cool.
yeah. No, it was awesome. I was vibing towards it. That was good. Um, the march to the G, that was awesome as well. I got to march with Ben, a couple of the other hoopies as well, so that was cool. Oh, shout out to you, Tom, as well, who I met at Young and Jackson's as
Yes,
well. That was good. Um, but the grand final experience, it was great. Like, the whole city
I'm
of
glad.
Melbourne was absolutely vibing. Like, and I mean, look, it's obviously we want to come out with a win, but if you if you ever get the chance to uh, ever get the chance to make an opportunity in grand final, do so. Pay your extra 200, $300 for a priority one membership. That's what I did. I'm an interstate member. I thought earlier the year, I thought, gee, I feel good about the Cats. Let's do it. I'll get the guaranteed access, and it was an experience and a half. Like,
No, I'm
it's
thrilled
it's
that you enjoyed it,
completely
mate.
different compared to watching it on the telly. Like, yeah, but yeah, would have been nice with the win, but it is what it is. So
We'll just have to get you back for the next one, whenever that is. Next year,
100%,
next year,
next
2026, the
year.
grand final.
Next year. Well, I said, Gary, if I don't think he's watching, he said, "Oh, I think we're going to face him again. It's going to be a rematch with Brisbane again, and I think we'll beat him." I said, "I don't know, man. I don't know."
Not unless they all fall over. Again, it's like to do it with all of these players out, and then the likes of Oscar Allen and Draper and all them to come in. Holy shit.
Mm,
They are going to be an absolute force. So,
mm, mm.
and again, it's all credit to them. Like, people are going to sit, like, in time, people are going to start really leaning into the Northern Academy narrative. And absolutely, there's problems with, I think, the way it's been done. But that is not even close to the reason why they've won the last two grand finals. So, nor is the father sons.
Mm.
I know people are going to go, oh, Ashcroft and what's his name, Fletcher, and well,
Fletcher.
Ashcroft
Yeah,
times two, and Fletcher. That's not it either. They have built a
yeah,
wonderful list. They've gone and traded in really good players. They've built them up. It's very much the Geelong model. They've done an excellent job of it. And yeah, massive, massive, massive credit to them.
yeah. No, 100%, 100%. And this
Campbell,
is
you're not allowed
gonna
to go to a grand final ever again. Just to be clear,
no,
you're
you're
0-2
banned. You're
attending grand
banned.
finals.
You're
You're
banned.
on the shit list. Kiri, another one of these, and you're on the shit list too. You can't go anymore either.
Oh, maybe I should have stayed in Greece. I don't know.
I think that was a post game live joke for a while there, wasn't
It
it?
was a bit. Yeah, yeah, it was. Oh, far. Well, look, Paul. I'll give you my three, two, ones,
Yes,
and
go for it.
I'll do a final sign off for post game live. So, three votes I'll give to Ollie Dempsey. Two votes Lawson Humphreys. One vote I'm going to give to Max Holmes. So, and yeah, but look, it hurts that we've fallen short, not come with a premiership, but at the end of the day, we could support a team like Carlton, like North Melbourne, like Essendon, who haven't seen a grand final for like 20 or 30 years. Just absolutely grateful to support a fantastic club. We should be proud of the boys for what they did this year,
Agreed.
and yeah, stick by them, win, lose or draw.
And as Jake rightly said in the Discord earlier tonight, for anyone who's not a part of the Discord, please, I don't have the link immediately handy, but I know it'll be in the description of the show. And I'm sure within moments, Shadu is probably going to post it in the comment section anyway, and I'll make sure to pin it when that's the case. But as Jake said earlier in the Discord, make sure everyone, if you're not already, get around what the girls are doing. They're going to make 100%. A charge at the finals. They're sitting right there or thereabouts making the finals, and their team, when they're all up and firing, is absolutely capable of winning this thing. They just need to sort out a few little gremlins at the moment, and then they'll be right there. There we go. Dude's just dropped the link. So please join the Discord if you haven't already.
Especially they were there to support the boys. Let's get behind them now as they push for a finals berth. 100%. Yeah, no. So fingers crossed for them. But obviously there's still going to be, and I'll put this out here while I've got you and while we're kind of in the topic of the men's team still. Obviously there's still going to be a lot of content around them from us over the next little while as well. Postgame Live will be done. We'll have the Hoopies on Monday, but the Paul James show will be done for a while as well. But we're still going to be talking trades. We're going to be talking draft. We're going to be talking free agency, all of those sorts of things. I've got some planned streams and those sort of things that I'm looking to do over the course of the off season as well. So there'll still be plenty of opportunities for us as a community to all kind of get together and talk footy and talk anything and everything. So make sure you stick around, everyone. If you haven't already, as I said, join the Discord like Shadu's got there and I've pinned to the chat. Subscribe to the Hoops Crew on YouTube. Check out all of our stuff. But Kiri, it's been an absolute pleasure to get to chat to you again. I'm sorry that your grand final experience hasn't gone as we'd all hoped. But we'll be back next year. Oh, look, that was with a lot of us. That was with a lot of us supporting Geelong, and we'll just stick by them. I think the good times are coming. Yeah,
it's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, mate. It's been good to chat again.
Thanks, Paul. Go
and drive safe on the way home, mate.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
When do you head back, by the way? When do you head back?
Tomorrow morning. I'm leaving first thing tomorrow because I've got to go back to work. So
yeah. Right. Take it easy. Get a power nap on the way. It'd be like an 8, depending on where you are within the state. A good 8 hours.
Yeah, 8 hours. But yeah. Should be right. But yeah, I'll keep you guys posted on the Twitter world and on the Discord world as well. So a couple of bakery stops and all of that.
Good.
Yeah. But I
smash a dirty quarter pounder on the way.
Yeah. But I do plan to obviously gather around next year. Obviously hoping to come to more games in Melbourne as well. So and at the Cattery.
Yeah. All right, mate. Thanks very much for coming on board.
Cheers. Thanks, Paul.
Chat soon, mate. Have a good one. Kiri's an absolute gun. Thank you for coming on board. And next up, we've got and sorry, I might have missed your actual name somewhere along the way, Goth Mama Cat, but you're coming on board, so please feel free to correct me on how I should be introducing you. Welcome to the show.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Yeah, got it right. Got it all good.
Good.
Goth Mama
So,
Cat.
talk to me. What are you thinking?
Seriously, it's just, it could have been better. Like,
yeah, it could have
on
been.
half time. It's just, the whole thing is, it's like giving birth, really. It's the only way I can describe it. It's like giving birth. Half time, we were equal. It was all going good. And then the accident with Jeremy Cameron, I've had the exact same injury. It's like a thing, once you fall on it again, you break your arm. It's bad. Shouldn't have.
He fought on pretty manfully.
Should have just got him off and just let Jack Martin on. Seriously. Really missing Tom Stewart, but we can't talk about that because it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is in that particular case. I'm getting some feedback here. Potentially, if there's a way for you to dial up your microphone at all, or maybe even get a little bit closer
Hang
when you
on.
speak, that might make it a little bit easier as well.
Is it better now?
I'll let the chat once it all catches up. I'll let the chat confirm whether the audio is a bit better.
Is that okay?
It'll take a moment for the chat to. There's a bit of a delay, probably about 15 seconds, so I'm sure they'll be able to clarify in a second. But
Okay.
Shadu says yes, it's a little bit better now. So nicely done.
All right.
What were some of your takeaways from the game, though? Outside of
Um,
obviously disappointing result, Tom Stewart, etc. Like there's those, but
Look.
what'd you like? What didn't you like?
Okay.
What can we kind of
what did
pin
I
our
like?
hopes on going forward?
Going forward, we really do need a better ruckman. Here's my little mini cat. Say hi.
Oh, hey. Welcome.
Hey. Yeah, she's never on. But she's here now.
No, that's right. No, welcome aboard, and sorry to be chatting at such an unfortunate time.
Oh, we don't mind, do we? There's always next year.
I was a bit surprised. My son, who's 6, took it surprisingly well. Last year was a prelim.
She took it quite well as well.
Brought him to the prelim last year, and he was bawling his eyes out. But he handled it okay this time.
All right. She took it all right. She realized that, it's like ABBA. The winner takes it all. It's just the way that it is.
Look
really.
out, we're dropping ABBA references. All right.
Yeah, sorry. But it's true. It happens all the time. If there's anything, what was good for me was Graham Mears. He really done really well. He tried really hard.
Yeah.
And
he was clean, despite the avalanche of stuff that was going the other way. His disposal was really clean. He was hitting his targets. He was giving his teammates every possible opportunity.
Absolutely. Can't ask anything more, really. He like the girls said to me, both my girls, because I got 4 girls, they all say to me, Mummy, if you were captain or if you were like a coach, what would you say to people? Do you know what I mean? What would you say to people? And I'd say, just do your job. Do your job. Mind your business. Look after your mates. And go and have fun. For kids, that's all you can say.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? That's all you can say is, do your job. You got a job. Try your absolute best. And with Graham Mears, that's what I seen. He just he knew his task. He knew what to do. And he goes, okay, I will do it. You know what I mean? I will go and do it. And no complaints. No complaints there. Another person that I personally, because I've played in the back, that I actually thought tried their absolute best was O'Connor.
Yeah, Shark did a good job.
I just like the dude. I just like the dude. Do you know what I mean? I like the dude. My favourite player didn't play today, but I just like the dude. He really did.
Tommy Stewart, I'm gathering.
Yeah, you know, I just like the dude, and he really tried. Did he? He tried his best. Who was your favourite?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. You're a bit shy. They've never been on before. It's just
don't worry. You'll warm up to it. It's okay. We'd love to hear your thoughts once you're feeling ready.
One day, little kitty cat, you know. But I thought, you know what? You really stood up. He tried.
And sorry, I missed it though. What's your daughter's name? Because we've obviously got and they're sitting in the green room here waiting. But we've got
There's Maggie.
I'm sure, Maggie, you'll warm up to it, and you're more than welcome to share your thoughts whenever you want. We usually have, and they're sitting in the back end in the green room waiting to jump in now, but we have the Vallas sitting there. Bianca's always amazing. She's waving to me now in the back end. They're always amazing. Whenever you want, you are more than welcome to contribute and share your thoughts. So we'd love to hear what you got to say.
Yeah, she's just a shy bubba. They you know, they're very, and then the older one, she's asleep. she's a teenager, so she plays footy, but she's a teenager. So she's up, she's watching it, and then she's in bed, and then she's up at,
That's not
10 o'clock.
that's not
You know
teenager
what
behavior.
teenagers are like, mate. They're up
I do
by-
know what
on
teenagers are
school
like.
holidays.
I teach 100 of them a day, and that's
Yeah,
not
they're up
their
by
behavior.
11,
They stay
mate.
up late.
On school holidays, they're up by 11.
They stay up till late, and then they sleep in till close to midday. Your teenager's doing something
basically.
wrong here, going to bed early. This is ridiculous.
No,
All very right. Very right. It's all
Yes.
just a matter of perspective, I guess, right?
absolutely. But back to footy, I will say,
You're welcome to go as off topic as you want, whenever you want, by the way.
No, we can't do that.
That's why my streams go for like 4 or 5 hours sometimes.
I actually had a list, and then it's just gone out the window. Okay, so we were talking about who were we talking about? I think we were talking about O'Connor.
Yes, we were talking
Right.
about the Shark, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's your second favourite to
He
Stewie.
done really well. Tom Stewart's not there. That's just unfortunate, and it's really sad for him. And I agree with you. He probably wouldn't have won the game, but he could have helped. It's just that I think he gives that confidence in the backside.
He's the one that marshals all the troops in that whole area. And I think they did
You have just said it exactly. He is the marshal. He is the marshal. He calls the arms,
the shots.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Look, it still wouldn't have saved us, and honestly, the defenders still did a pretty damn good job
They
considering.
did a fantastic job. They did a fantastic job. But then in the front, like I told you, when Jeremy done that mischief with his hand and the way that he was holding it, I've done the exact same injury, and I'm like, oh God, he's because it was a start off as a fracture. It was a fracture because I've had one myself. It's a fracture, and I'm like, his arm's flopping, and that's what his arm would have been doing, flopping like that. You can hold it like that. It hurts, but it's flopping like that. And I said, he's either gonna come off, or they're gonna jabby jab, and get him back on there, which is what they did. And then it's just he really did nothing. Ollie Dempsey.
There's some pretty good efforts. Like I mean, obviously, like the way he grabbed Jasper Fletcher by the scruff of the neck and threw him down, ultimately hurt his arm even more in the process.
Oh yeah,
but that was absolutely sensational. That was play of the game.
That was the thing that done his absolute mischief. Like I get that, but is it kind of worth it at the end of the day? I mean, I wouldn't have done it, but if he wanted to do that, and it saved us, it's just, I just thought that when he hurt himself that way, I'm like, if you go on there again, come Christmas, you're going to have a broken arm. That's what's happened. He's broken his arm.
Oh no, there's already the photos. Like he's been cradling it in the rooms.
He's screwed
and
it.
they've already confirmed it that it's broken.
Yeah.
So he's just tried to fight on. Honestly, I don't blame him or the club for going about it the way that they did. I can't remember if you were sitting in the green room at the point, but my mind, Jesuit, even 70%, if which I don't know, yeah, probably at 60-70%. Like he was still able to run, he's still able to tackle, he still brought the ball down in contest. But like I would take him over most. So absolutely.
It bloody hurts. And if you try to grab a ball or someone leans on
you feel it. You probably feel it through the arm every single time. Yeah.
Yeah, it bloody hurts. I totally get that because I've done that myself playing a game, and by God, it friggin' hurts. And Panadol don't help. Like, you're like, oh shit, I've really screwed myself up here, and then breaking your arm, that's there's lots of things. Just imagine what you can do, what you can't do with two arms. AKA wipe your bum or something, it's not fun.
We'll leave that alone. It's
not
only
fun,
it's only 8:50 at night.
It's not fun, We're talking PG here, but it's not fun. But
the beers are kicking in, but I'll behave. There's children around.
There are. Then we got the little littlies. We got the little kitty cats here.
Somebody please think of the children.
No, we don't need to think of the children. This one knows.
Just making Simpsons
But
references.
anyway,
It's okay.
you know who I did actually like in the front that gave a little oof, 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 like if you wanted to have like I'll say this, if you had a taco and you wanted to put a little spice on it, you'd want like a really like a
I thought we were keeping this
what
PG.
is it, a South Carolina Reaper or something, like a little spicy one. I would
Yeah.
have put Ollie Dempsey on it. There's a little bit of Ollie Dempsey. I just like him in the front. He lurks. And like my partner and I were talking about today, he's doing his basketball thing. He lurks in that little part of the pocket.
He
just
reads the
hanging
plays so
about.
well.
Yeah, just hanging about. And then all of a sudden he'll pop out and go, "Hey, how are you?" Like, you know, like he's just I like that. I really like that. I really like that. I just, yeah, you know, and also for the teenage daughter who's in bed right now, her little mate
Doing her teenage years wrong, but we'll move on.
she's probably on the iPad. She's just going, "Get the hell away from me, bitch! I hate you." Right? Is
I hate you, Mom.
Tangle. Yeah, no, she'll tell me, "I hate you, bitch. You ruined my life." Okay, you know.
I'll see you when you get to
Tyson
the other
Stangle.
side of these spiteful years.
Oh, mate, I've got one that's 22. I've got one that's 19, and I've got one that's 13, and then this one's 9, 8. So I've got a while to go. I've been through it all before. I'm a veteran of this stuff, you know. But
DM me your advice later, because mine are 6 and 4, so this is all still ahead of me.
Just are they all girls?
No, boy and a girl.
I don't have boys, so I can't tell you about boys, but I can tell you about girls. Just smile and wave. Really, smile and wave. Boys, just make sure you screw everything down. That's all I can say, because I've got nephews that climb over everything. So.
There's a tree my son likes climbing out the back. I'll just keep sending him up. And if he breaks if he does a Jezza and breaks his arm, so be it. He'll learn from it. He'll be stronger for it.
Oh, well. But yeah, Ollie Dempsey, I really like. Tyson Stengel, he tried. SDK, if we're talking Sam Taconing, he didn't do too bad either.
No, I think I think those defenders did a pretty good job. They held on.
Yeah, they tried their best, and you know it could have turned out a hell of a lot. Like, you know, we hung on for a while, and then something happened and the wheels fell off. Oh, that's all I can, you know. But they tried. They tried. I will
honestly,
say,
I think Brisbane just turned it up a couple of gears in the beginning of the second half, and a few ball drops went their way, and that led to a few goals, and then from there,
Ashcroft
something just kind of broke on the inside, and the mountain to climb got a bit too big, and I don't even necessarily blame him for thinking that way. I'd like to hope that if I was in the situation that I'd keep going, but you know, it just eventually got a bit too much.
Yeah, I'll tell you something, right? So you know how we got Chris Fagan? We got the two Chris's. We got Chris Scott, Chris Fagan.
Yes.
All right. Fagan, he looks like you wouldn't want to fuck with him in a dark alley. Like, honestly, if you had a couple of pints or something, you rolled down the street and you mouthed off to him, he'd have, I could guarantee you, he looks like the kind of dude that would just knock on with you. No, he would. But deep down inside, and I know these kind of dudes, I could see the look of him. I know these dudes personally. They're the nicest blokes you've ever met. That's why all the dudes converged on him last year, and that's why he's gone back to back.
Yeah, no,
there's a standard. He's got, you know, tell me no bullshit, I'll give you no lies. he's got that kind of that dude.
It's mutual respect, right?
At,
Not that, to be fair, not that Chris Scott or many other coaches in the competition. I'm sure they've all got that, and then it's just he's in a fortuitous spot where he's got obviously a shit ton of talent on his list as well. But
he's got
to be a good coach, you've got to have that.
He's got some kind of secret sauce where all year this year we haven't bet them.
We got him in the qualifying. 1 out of 4. 1 out of 4 ain't bad. That's not quite how it goes, but we'll end it.
1 out of 4, 2 out of 3. No, I just, every time it's those guys, it's Gold Coast. It's those guys and it's Gold Coast that give that I get an absolute shiver down my spine. And we go, hang on a second. We may be out-coached here. We might be outplayed here because they really look at us and we got to sit there and go, well, what can we do? Because I don't think we change stuff up very quickly. We don't.
No, I think we can be a bit slow. I think Chris Scott has got his plan Bs and Cs and Ds and Es and whatever it happens to be. I think he's a fantastic coach and I'll fight Lucas to the death over it. But Lucas is not coming on the stream tonight. But I think he's too slow to. I think he's too slow to execute Plan B and C and D.
but that's not a good coach either. You want
no. I would say that's a flaw in the plan.
Going, hang on a second. That's that. They're doing this. They're doing that. We need to.
What I would argue, at least in terms of today, and I can see Tom being a clown here in the chat, and careful, Tom. I haven't had to, outside of old Guinea, I haven't had to kick anyone out, but I'll come for you. I don't think in that second half, I don't think we were beaten by the coaching box. I don't think that Chris Scott was out-coached in this particular scenario. The Brisbane players just lifted. And honestly, I just think we had too many people kind of being carried up to that point, and we just couldn't lift to go with them, to be honest.
Yeah, but we could have done like you always got to have that niggling something else. Like there's always got to be something else. It's like, it's and this is something that we need to learn is we're always here, we're always there, and we're always in the finals. We are one of the greatest teams. We need to find it, and we always fall short. We always fall short. What are we doing? You can't always say it's just one, it's this, that's the other. We've had from the last grand final, we've had 11 players change over.
Yeah.
All right. You can't keep and it was the same coach. You can't keep blaming these dudes. Now we got some real good dudes in the background, mate. We got some real, and I've spoken to old school Geelong friggin' supporters who have said maybe it's time, and I kind of agree with Lucas on this half. Maybe we need to start. No. Maybe
that's all right. I'm shit staring, and I'll hear you out. What is it?
He gets a bit blasé, mate. But then again, he gets blasé, but he gets really pissed off and likes to knock shit around and act like a dickhead. Why can't you just remain calm? Be like Miyagi. Wax on, wax off. Yeah, be like a Miyagi. If we're as great as what we are, we need a sensei. We don't need a dude who comes in with a cup of coffee and then, knocks a bottle of water over if he gets pissed off about a couple of goals behind or whatever. Or if a side, you can't do that, mate.
I wouldn't.
Kids
I wouldn't.
are watching. Everyone's
wouldn't
watching.
say I see that. I feel like the most emotive we see Chris Scott is when he's actually, kind of excited in the coaching box, or of course the one that's been memed into oblivion, the confused look. Like that's a funny one, and I didn't do it justice there at all.
I just don't like when he comes in walking in blasé with a cup of coffee and just it's finals, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Tell him. You can quite easily tell him, hey, listen, guys, I've got nothing to say. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Let the game do the talking. Let the game do the talking. I kind of see where Lucas is getting with this, and I kind of see where a couple of old dudes are getting with this too. Look what's going to happen next year. We got Stephen King, who was a great bloody ruckman, going to coach friggin' Melbourne. Come on.
I mean, that's normal though, right? Like if you do a great job and you're looking to move up the pecking order, that's the same in any business,
But
right?
why
right?
can't
Like
he go up the pecking? Why can't some of these dudes go up above Chris Scott for the pecking order? They've been in the background for so long.
But if the club is committed to Chris Scott being their preferred choice, then you go looking elsewhere. That's what I was looking to do in my own teaching realm this year. Like that's a normal sort of thing, right? I will say I don't necessarily buy into that now. What I will do, because I'm trying to, where possible, try and keep people to about half an hour-ish and not bloat it out too long.
There's the team. Look, she's strutted up. There's Reg. Go away, she's saying. Get the hell away from me.
Before we wrap it up, would love to hear your 3, 2, 1 from the Cats today.
3, 2, 1. All right. So 3 would probably have to be I reckon who did I say was it 3? I reckon O'Connor's 3. 2, Dempsey. 1, and I will always stick by this dude no matter what. He's Speedy Gonzalez. We love him. Could have potentially been a Brownlow is Max Holmes. Even though he didn't do good today, he always runs and runs and runs, doesn't he? That's why our little Jack Russell's name's Jack. Named Max. That's why
I was going to say, Jack Russell named Jack is a very original naming convention.
Name Max. That's why our Jack Russell's name's Max. Max Holmes runs all the time. That's why we love him.
Well, thank you very much for coming on board and introducing the family a little bit along the way, and keen to hear their thoughts going forward. But
they'll get there one day, won't you? Don't just sit there and look pretty. She can't just sit there and look pretty, even though she would.
Give us all a wave before we wrap it up.
Give a wave. Wave like the queen.
There we go.
Ta-ta.
Thank you all. Have a great off season. I'm sure you'll be
too.
here again in the new year.
Let the Aussies sink the Poms for the Ashes.
Oh yeah, no, the grand final didn't happen.
Here comes. Guess what?
That's all it is.
Scotty Boland. Give us a couple of bloody good wickets. Give that man a statue.
Thank you for coming on board. Chat soon.
Bye.
All right. We've got people queuing up. Ethan, just while you're off camera, how are you for time? Are you? Because I'm seeing the Vallas there, and I'm mindful of Bianca and trying to look after the kids a little bit. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing some nod in the background. Let's bring in the Vallas. How's things, guys?
Oh, loving life. Isn't it just great?
Yeah, no, we're putting on a facade, so dickheads like this Ginnivan clown that's in the chat don't get the win they're so desperately craving. But I won't make the same comments I did before because now we've got children present. But if you've been in the chat before, you know what comments I made towards that clown, and I just won't repeat them with children here. So talk to me. takeaways from today? Obviously, the result sucks.
Yeah.
We're all feeling it.
I had a bad feeling with selection when I heard Reece Stanley had come in. I was like, not so much with anything. Oh my, no, I'm all flustered now. Not to pile
It's a
on
very
Reece Stanley.
intimidating presence, show to be on with me as the host. I totally understand. Hey, Declan, how's things, mate?
He's loving life. No, not to shit on Reece Stanley, but just this final series, probably one of our biggest strengths was our ruck combination of Blitzarves and DK. And when you bring Reece Stanley in, he has to play ruck. And I was like,
yeah,
not sure how I feel about it. I'm like, but still, I was still confident. But then when I heard also the sub, when I heard that Jack Martin was going to be the sub, I was like, oh, they've really just changed everything. It really just felt like the games against the Lions earlier in the year. It was like pretty much the same team. It was
Did you feel like, and now in retrospect, obviously you're talking about kind of the feelings and opinions before pre-game. Do you feel like Jai Clark is obviously, because I'd imagine Jai was probably the one you'd expect to be the sub.
Well, I thought that was.
Do you feel like he failed to deliver in the end?
No. I think.
Are you looking at it more through like a structural and positional sort of lens? Yeah.
I thought we just had it. The group that we had a machine that was just humming. It was just purring. It was like Jai Clark. He's working really well coming off as the sub. It was like Jack Martin. Like, I would have rather have him opening the game, and maybe he can give us some magic or something.
Yeah.
Just
get the Macarena on early.
Yeah, I was like, why have we changed? The first two finals have been amazing. I'm like, why do we have to change that? And then like with I would have thought that you probably would have brought in Abuse for Stewart, just because defender for a defender. Like
I need the sign. I need to just hold a sign.
Yeah.
Like maybe you can like make one of your posters, and I'll come and pick it up if need be. It's like a picture of me with a little quote bubble, and I'll just scribble in there, Buse should be in the team.
Yeah.
And I'll hold it up every time I do a show. Shout out you guys every single time I do so, of course, because it's fantastic art. I'm also a bit terrified to see what some caricature of me would look like. But anyway, let's move on.
But yeah, that was my thoughts. And then it kind of went that way, because then De Koning all of a sudden, right, he has to play in defence now because we're a defender short. And it wasn't a good start either, because Brisbane could have waxed us early. Like they missed a lot of easy shots.
I would say they were highly pressured shots. I don't think
Zach Bailey's
there was obviously a few from Bailey that he could have and should have kicked, but there was also quite a few that he missed that were they were gettable, but I don't think they were high percentage shots, I suppose. And then obviously it all came together late once the pressure had really fallen away once the game was done. But I don't know. Yeah, I think. Yeah, look, I would agree. I don't think the decision making around selection was right in the end. I was still of the mind that we would be able to get the job done. That was just purely from looking at Neil and the state that he was in, knowing that Dunkley and McCluggage weren't in good health either. And I just thought, and we're just in good shape. Like we're going to be, yes, Stewart's absence hurts, but we're just going to be able to run this out. But and honestly, I don't think that was actually an issue today either. It was just that the dog wasn't in us today.
We weren't on. We weren't on.
I thought that the defense did really well. Like
Lawson
Humphrys was awesome. Like I thought the defense did really well. Like
it could have been a hell of a lot worse.
And like even like I think I heard you say, even the last quarter when they started banging on the goals, it wasn't really on the defenders.
They
It was
were
going-
midfielders.
It was going over their
Everyone else had dropped away, and they were just getting
Yeah.
to deliver the ball in with silver service. And you can be a Matty Scarlett, and it would not matter
No.
when they're just queuing up and they're getting the ball as easily as they were.
Yeah, they were just absolutely flying. Like, just. I'm always going to look back on it as if, what if
We had one of those days, and we had one of those days on the worst possible day to have one of those days.
Yep. It was literally, if you were to envision how we were going to lose, it was how we lost. Like,
Yeah, this was
Everything
a
that went
typical
wrong-
Geelong loss. Yeah.
everything that could go wrong went wrong. So if someone
Well, there was
asked
that,
me,
but also was the intensity too. Like, it was lacking.
Yeah.
If we brought the heat similar to what we did last week, different opponent, all those sort of things. But like, if we brought the intensity like we did last week, we still would have won today, I think.
Yeah.
Even if Jezza was in the, maybe the Jezza breaking his arm's not ideal, but
Yeah.
but if we'd have just brought that heat, we would have been okay. Like, we kicked 11 goals, and our tall forwards contributed one of them.
yeah, and it was a lucky one as well. Yeah, just
Jezza going down really hurt us because Shannon Neal.
Wasn't up to it.
I think he's going to be dreaming, having nightmares of Harris Andrews for a long time. I think he just can't do it. He can't beat him.
He's still very young.
He is.
He's a young developing forward who got beaten by the best key defender in the competition.
Yeah.
And this is why I get so antsy when Lucas really fires up. And it's why, if anyone's been on the Discord today, you'll know that I politely told Lucas not to come on the stream tonight because he was
lost his
dialing up the Nuff energy in the chat in the Discord early tonight. And I just said, no, we don't need that tonight. But like how old is he? 23? He's having his breakout year. He's actually played a full season this year. Even last year, he came in as Tom Hawkins' replacement. And he's going against a bloke who's absolutely at the peak of his powers with everyone else firing around him.
Yeah.
If he kicks one or two in those sort of matchups, that's awesome. He kicked one. It was great. Great goal.
But that
too, by
was
the way.
lucky.
He should have got a free kick as well.
Didn't he get a free kick?
He should have got a free kick.
Yes, you should. Yeah. And even if we
In
think
the
to
third
last
quarter.
week, and I saw the criticisms last week as well, where, he kicked one goal. He should have done way better. Sorry, but also he took that awesome mark to begin the game, and Danger got given the free kick, and Danger kicked the goal. But Shannon Neal would have kicked it as well. So I just, Spartacus tried to summarize Lucas by saying there's shit, and then there's Shannon Neal. But I just, if Shannon Neal in 2 years from now is still performing at the level that he is now, which is still pretty decent, what's he finished his season with? 45, 46 goals, I would guess.
I think, yeah,
I'm
something. like that.
I'm quickly scrolling to try and find. He's finished with the season with 44 goals, but if he hasn't grown beyond that, and if he's not starting to at least break even with the likes of a Harris Andrews or a Sam Taylor, etc., then sure, there's a bigger conversation to have. At 25, 26, but at 23, your first full proper AFL season. That's why I can't get on board with the criticisms of him, because there's so much development. There's still so much that's going to go into his body and like getting stronger and stronger, let alone continuing to learn this game and refine and master your craft.
Yeah.
And it is also why the comparisons that people will make between him and Tom Hawkins shit me to tears, because they're not even like, set aside what Tom Hawkins has done with his career, because we've got the beauty of hindsight there. But the actual figure is very different. The actual body and the way they play, and like Tom Hawkins was a brute. He could just throw his opponent around, even at the age that he was. And that was this huge advantage he had that Shannon. They've got strengths in different areas, but I just think people jumping on him, or it's not even. Sorry, I won't say everyone. Some people are jumping on him, and we're not at that point yet.
Yeah.
And 44 goals, if like that's equal 13th in the competition, behind a bloke who kicked 88 to end the year.
Yeah.
I think I'll take it.
Yeah. What do you got to say?
Go for it, Bianca.
Come on, B. Give us some. It was a tough day for you.
This is group therapy.
This is. We're all friends here.
I'm not qualified in any way. Let's put that disclosure out there
No.
for anyone who might be watching afterwards. No qualifications. Just a lot of shit talk.
Yeah, it was. Nah, it was a very tough day. No, so we didn't have tickets for the game today. We decided we were going to go to the live site. So
That was at Eastern Beach, right?
No. We went to the MCG.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Yes. So we got a picnic blanket there, and beautiful. The stage was all set up, and beautiful day. And then I think just before Snoop Dogg was going to come out, someone that one of our friends that we watched the AFLW with, she actually woke up sick this morning, so she wasn't able to come to the grand final. So she asked if we wanted her ticket.
Oh,
so I said, okay. So I'll do it. So all of a sudden,
if you insist, I suppose.
I'll take it, I suppose. But it meant that I had to leave Bianca and Declan and Danny on the grass by themselves to watch the game. And I walked in pretty much just as Snoop Dogg was getting ready, and I was like, what is going on here? I was like,
dropped in the deep end.
Shit. All of a sudden I'm inside going, I gotta pinch myself. I'm like, I'm actually in here. But, and then I'm getting the messages that the waterworks are happening.
What?
The crime.
Yeah.
Was happening in the third quarter because things weren't going our way. So come on, the people want to hear you. They don't want to hear me. When the fellas come on, they want to hear you. They don't. I've talked to
I don't know what to say.
No. So Bianca, and I'm sure you've all had the conversation already, but as Geelong supporters, we're going to see plenty of this because we put ourselves in a position to compete every single year, and the reality is that you just can't win every single year. Nope. We are so fortunate in the sense that we get to see win after win after win after win, and sometimes that amounts to a 2022. And some years you get a heartbreaker like 2025. But we are so incredibly fortunate to have the team that to support the team that we do. They are the tip of the spear for this competition in terms of leading how you go about, like, what in my teaching business, and I'm sure it's in a lot of other industries, the phrase best practice gets used all the time. You know, the way, what is the ideal way to do something, and Geelong does things the ideal way. The problem for all of us then as supporters is that we open ourselves up to heartbreak that comes from being there or thereabouts. It's easy in some senses. It's horrible in other senses, but it's easy in some senses to be a North supporter or a Carlton supporter or an Essendon supporter because you just go into the season knowing what to expect.
Yep.
Well, we kind of have that to an extent too, where we know that we're going to be there or thereabouts, but we also know that we are open to a crushing low at the end of the year.
Yep.
The best part of it is that we know that the following years we could be right there or thereabouts again and potentially win it.
You got to be willing to accept that you're going to have that really shit feeling.
Because when it goes right, like in 2022, it is the best feeling in the world. And we went through so many of those years. You know, I think in particular about 16, 17, 18. Obviously, we lost a grand final in 2020. Like all of those years where you could make a very strong argument that we were the best team in it, and we just fumbled it at the worst possible time. And it all came good when 2022 rolled along, and it just everything that could have gone right did. And Joel Selwood got the best possible send-off that you could ever get. And there was all of those sorts of things. Like, but sometimes you just have to go through the bad moments to get there. And this is one of those bad ones. But we also got to watch. How many wins did we end up having this year?
17.
We got to sing the song more than most supporter bases did.
Losses. Yeah.
And we got 2 big finals.
17 home and away, so 19 wins for the season. That's just as much actually as the team who just won the grand final. Like we got to sing the song a lot this year and be happy a lot. The end sucks.
Yep.
I don't want to diminish that. And I'm trying to like soldier on and push through this because I don't want to see you upset, because then that'll get me upset and then it'll probably get the whole chat upset too. But and I promised myself that I wasn't going to do a Ben and sook up a storm like he did last year. I'm better than him in every respect. But no, I mean, Bianca, is that like let's focus on some of the positives, because obviously the final result sucks. But who are some of the players who really did an awesome job in your eyes today? Let's focus on the positives, because there were plenty that still did a great job.
Yep. He did a good job today.
I thought Brian Myers did okay.
Rockstar, yeah.
You said Lawson?
Yeah, Lawson, the defenders. The one time that I don't think should have happened was when we turned the ball over in the goal square.
Yeah, I know the one.
Zach Guthrie kicked it back to Connor O'Sullivan when he didn't expect it.
And not to mention, it was a pretty horrible kick too, for what it's worth.
That was right.
And also, what's worse is it had to be Cam Rayner who kicked the goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was right in front of us. Right in front of him. Yeah. O'Sullivan was wrecked and just like didn't expect the ball to come to him. But, what else? What are we going to get next year, though? We got what? Warpool coming in.
Jumping into
Warpool,
trade draft.
and
Rowan
Warpool,
Marshall.
Charlie Kerner, and
Rowan
Rowan
Marshall.
Marshall.
All right.
So what we're going to do,
So
and we'll do this in the off season, because I don't have a whiteboard marker handy. What sort of teacher am I? I don't have a whiteboard marker handy. But I stole one of these from work. Don't sue me, education department. And what we're going to do at some point is we're going to cook up some sort of plan here that works out. Not tonight. We might even do a live stream out of this. I've been chewing on this idea. We're coming up with in a live stream, we're going to sit there and work out how we get the deals done for Marshall and Kerno. Because they're the two, right? Obviously, Warpool is a free agent. He'll come to us for nothing. And he's a depth player, and he's not really the one that we're most fussed about. The other two are. So I want to sit down and spitball ideas with all of you, and we'll stick it on this whiteboard, and then we'll get on the phone to Andrew Mackey, because I've got a direct line to him. I don't. What is this? Oh, it's a promo for whiteboard marker. Maybe I should pay attention to it. I'd have one. And we'll work out what that needs to look like. But Romy says break it down like a coach. I'll have to get one of those. I have to get one of those actually footy ones with all with the field on there, and I'll start drawing all over it and pointing at what went wrong today. But I'd have too many lines to point at what went wrong. But yeah, so talk to me. What if we were to get Rowan Marshall and if we're to get Charlie Kerno, Bianca, what does that do for our chances in your mind? What happens? And importantly, who's not getting a game if those two are playing?
Reese?
Yeah.
Reese, I think, is the obvious
Can
one
we
in the
give
ruck.
Reese? Oh, I don't want to be mean. Can we give Reese? Will St Kilda want Reese?
He just signed on for another year, and I don't think they'll take him back at this point of his career.
Damn it!
But
give it a
I
try,
like your approach.
Take him. He's a. Oh.
He's a good soldier. He's a good soldier. He's not your.
So then who do we trade Rowan Marshall for?
No. Maybe it doesn't need to be like. Don't necessarily think. I don't think. So the thing is, Marshall's not the tricky trade here. If Marshall was all that we were going for, Marshall's the easy one. You go to St Kilda. Here's your first rounder. It's pick 17 now. It's going to probably slide to pick 22, 23 when you get all the free agency. Sorry, all the free agency compensations and the father-son pushback and the academy pushback. Probably becomes pick 23. They'll probably be okay with that. or thereabouts. But it's the Charlie Curnow one. Like, I don't know how try to pretend that you're Carlton for a second. What does Carlton ask for? And let's not even talk players. Like, if they would just go to draft picks, like, what would you say someone like him is worth? Keeping in mind that Jeremy Cameron, we gave 3 first-round picks for. I guess, starting from that point of comparison, and it's a different club that we're working with here, is Charlie Curnow equalish to Jeremy Cameron? Setting our bias aside, because, of course, we're Geelong supporters and we are going to back in Jeremy Cameron, but is he in that orbit where he's close enough to Jeremy Cameron where you could see Carlton going, we want 3 or 2 firsts and a second or whatever. Factual Opinion has come up with a fantastic factual opinion, which is just, let's just throw Mitch Nevitt for Curnow, straight swap. That's all right, equal.
I don't think they'd call, mate.
No, they said what did they said they want?
Have they said anything? Because Charlie's not been able to come out publicly
Dempsey,
yet.
like.
Oh yeah, well who was it that someone went after Ollie Dempsey the other year? Who was it? Oh, when we went and this was before he'd had his big breakout. When we worked with Collingwood on Ollie Henry, they wanted Ollie Dempsey, and we said no.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. I think we're going to get him though. I've just got this feeling that, like, if he
pushes hard enough, it becomes a Zach Merritt situation.
No, I just feel like if his manager has made contact as early as
6 months ago was the report.
They say they did, and then you've got Andrew Mackey telling Shannon Neal, you're not going to be traded for Charlie Curnow, when we had no idea. We're sitting there going, what? He said that? Well, what does that mean? I reckon something's going on, like, behind the scenes. And usually when Geelong want a player and a player wants to come to Geelong, they make it happen.
Usually, yeah.
So I've just got this feeling that I don't know.
The only time, in fact, in recent history where it hasn't happened was Gary Ablett when he first wanted to come back.
Yeah. Oh, that was last
and then the second year, like the second attempt, he tried. And I don't think, not that we want to wade too deep in this because it was a horrible moment for the Ablett family, but obviously there was a death in the family, and I think that just made it impossible for the club to say no when he wanted to come back home the second time around. So,
yeah. Rowan,
I will just say also, and sorry, just to quickly interrupt, because I'm seeing a little bit of conversation between and I think Lindy, Lucas's mum, in the chat. Just because she hasn't heard from him in a while. Lucas's, I'm still seeing as of 14 minutes ago. Lucas was still busy on Twitter, so posting about the game today. So I don't think there's any reason to worry, but he's probably just drinking his
very emotional,
drinking his sorrows away.
Yeah.
But Lucas, if you happen to be watching, reach out to your mum.
Rowan Marshall as well.
14 minutes ago, he was active on Twitter again, just to be clear. But go on.
Rowan Marshall's 29. I think.
Yeah. I don't say that with the greatest level of conviction. Hang on. Is he 29 or 30? Like, I would say that we're going to get 4 years, probably. That's probably the amount.
I'm not sure about first round pick.
I put this in a video and I got ripped to shreds for suggesting that he's actually like a second round pick. Or that actually my suggestion was, in my video, I suggested that we give them a first round, but we get a second round pick back.
He turns 30 in November.
It's kind of that they just kind of slip the order a little bit.
The way I see it is, I don't think St Kilda's really in a massive position to to haggle and negotiate. You've just paid Tom DeConning $1.7 million for
Naz
a
2
long
million.
time.
You want to bring in Silvani for 900. You want to bring in Liam Ryan, who will be commanding a packet. You want to bring in Leka Lear, who deserves more than what he's been getting. And now you're also talking about Sam Flanders for like 900 as well.
So
they're playing with monopoly money. How are they doing this? And everyone talks about us and what we've allegedly done. Morris Finance and blocks of land and all that shit. Take a look at St Kilda and they haven't won shit for it.
Yeah.
All right.
Honestly, like, I wouldn't be giving up a first round pick for that. Like, St Kilda's, like, you'd say to St Kilda, all right, keep Rowan Marshall and Tom DeConning.
What?
No problem. You tell St Kilda, keep Rowan Marshall and Tom DeConning.
You don't want it?
And then,
no, but you just, this is part of the haggling.
Yeah, I wouldn't go first round. You're not in a position to. You've got Tom DeConning. He's now your ruckman. Or what? You're going to play him as your backup ruckman? You're going to pay a backup ruckman $1.7 million a year? I don't think so.
I mean, Marshall will be their backup at that point. They'll try and argue. And they'll try and go, no, it's all right, mate. Don't worry. Just play in the forward line. But he doesn't want to play in the forward line.
That's
and Max
right.
King's going to come back, who's going to command that spot back. So
exactly. So you sit there and go, right, take. So that's why I was like, maybe maybe Kerno would be the priority then, because also I know he's really, really old. Todd Goldstein's looking for another club.
Oh my God.
He's very old.
He got delisted, but he's not done yet as far as he's concerned.
Yeah. He had played some more games this year. Now, how bad is Toby Conway? How bad is Toby Conway? Is that navicular gone?
Yeah, is he about to become a Matty Egan without the All-Australian?
Yeah. And then we've also got like Mitch Edwards. Mitch Edwards took some steps this year.
They're apparently very happy with the direction he's headed.
Yeah. So that's where I'm sitting there going, I wouldn't give up that first round pick. I'll be looking to do some negotiating.
No, I do think the Rowan Marshall one is a bit more clear cut. Like, I think if there's a first round pick involved, fine, but there's then also Marshall and something coming back the other way. Not I mean another player, but like a pick. The Charlie Curnow one is a really intriguing one, and the advantage that Geelong has this year, as opposed to if this was a conversation last year, is you can now trade 2 years into the future, beginning this year, not just one. And because this has only opened up this year, picks from 2027 haven't been tampered with yet. Like, you've got a completely clean slate. The only thing that you got when you're negotiating with Geelong is this probably thing, nagging away in the back of your mind, going, this team probably is going to feature in the top 4 or thereabouts. And so what they're just based on history, right? Not even injecting our Geelong bias or whatever into it, is that, historically this team's going to be thereabouts the top 4. So we're probably talking about getting a pick from 15 through to 18.
Yeah.
At best. But we're definitely going to need to wax a bit more about this.
Yes. Yeah.
In the off-season.
Also, we also got to remember Bailey Smith was coming off an ACL. Like, he had a really good year this year. I reckon he's only going to get better too.
Yeah. Jesus,
so that's a positive. I mean, because he missed a year of football.
That's all the nose gears wear off.
Looked fantastic this year. I think that if we're going to trade draft picks, we got to watch our midfield, because it's going to mean that, so we're going to look at.
Take Closey.
I think we're going to lose Closey. I want to keep George Stevens.
I think we'll lose Closey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Adelaide is sniffing around. Adelaide is sniffing around with George Stevens from reports.
Yes,
supposedly.
I don't want that. I think that
George Stevens is an absolute gun.
That, I
mean, look, I can totally understand why Adelaide is going down that path. So all the talk is that they're chasing, Christian Petrarca, and then the absolute perfect thing to do is like you go, okay, we're going to get our big gun. We're going to put him alongside Jordan Dawson, everything we've got, and then we're going to try and go and get this guy who's not getting a game at a high quality team that we rate. Apparently, you wouldn't be interested if you didn't rate them. That we rate highly, and he's going to continue to grow and be a perfect foil for these guys who don't mind a bit of the outside ball. He's an inside beast. It's clever from Adelaide. So hopefully Geelong's able to put up a pretty good pitch, because clearly, and I don't think anyone necessarily in this community, I know the three of us here are certainly of this same mind, that for as much as I've got a lot of time for Jai and think and again, I've spoken about Jai and I've spoken about the video that I published last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, I think he's got a very bright future ahead, but I would put George Stevens ahead of him. Yes. And, he's rightly going to sit there and go, oh, has this guy crept ahead of me in a scenario where we don't have a lot of spots available? Maybe I need to explore my options. And I don't blame him for thinking that. And I just hope that Geelong's able to put a really good case to him. Say, no, mate, you are absolutely part of our plan. Yeah. Let's take your 2 games from 2025 and let's turn that into a dozen games in 2026. And then hopefully sky's the limit from there.
Yeah.
He's so young. Like it worries me that, he's obviously started off strongly. Now he's getting a bit of interest. It worries me a little bit that he might waver just simply, but he's so early in his career. Like, I'd hope that he doesn't get too, I hope his management is, good at whoever he's, I don't know who his management team is, but that they're good at their job and go, mate, let's not get carried away here. This is your second year of football. Most blokes haven't debuted.
Yep.
Many will never get a chance to debut and they won't make it. You have, and the club is promising you X, Y, Z, blah, 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 blah. Stick it out. And then if it's not happening and you still feel like you're in this in 12 months, 24 months from now, then fine. Ship off.
Yeah.
But it's very early to go, no, I don't see an opportunity here and leave. Would be my call. But anyway.
I mean, I rate him higher than Warple.
Yes.
So that's
agreed.
He's currently coming to Geelong.
I mean, yeah, we're going to get him for nothing. So yeah,
he's free agent.
And that's fine. Like, he'll be. I've got no problems with greater depth, right? Like, he wouldn't be the midfielder I'd be choosing from other clubs, let alone Hawthorn. But but at the same time, if he ends up being on our list is not worse for having him on it.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's significantly better at the same time.
100%. Yeah.
Good to hear, Lindy. You got a hold of Lucas. Send him my best. Because whilst he probably wasn't the right voice to have on Postgame Live tonight, we of course have a lot of love for Lucas here. So, what else is on the mind, you two? Because we're absolutely wandering off topic from the grand final, and that's okay because it makes us feel better. Copium is good.
I think we're going to go to the family day tomorrow.
Oh yeah, yep.
Over St. Mary's. Never been after a loss, so
I've never been to one yet.
Yeah,
tomorrow might be the first.
We go to 2022.
I've been. I don't know if we're in 2020. I've been when we win. When we win, it's packed. It's very busy.
When we lose,
no, I haven't been to a win or a loss post. I've been to the grand final, and I won't be going tomorrow because, I'll keep it all very G rated here. Like, my kids being born 2 days apart wasn't a good idea. December Paul wasn't a clever Paul. But so like we've had the birthdays. My daughter's birthday was today. My son's birthday was Thursday. But we've had the birthday parties. My daughter had her birthday party. My son's having his tomorrow. We're taking him and his friends off to go bowling in the city. So, nice. We locked this in well before we made the grand final. So
could have been
December. Paul and his wife need kicks in the ass because they didn't think things were through very well.
No. When's your birthday?
Thursday.
Turns out December Brendan isn't very clever either. But anyway. Moving on. Is it sailing straight overhead? Fantastic. Good. Let's drink and move on.
That's it.
This is the best sort of copium for these sorts of scenarios. But anyway.
That's it.
Yeah, any other thoughts from today or the broader Geelong narrative before we wrap things up? Bianca's done.
Ready for AFLW?
Absolutely. We've got to cheer those girls on. They're going to make that surge for the top 8. They just lost this past weekend, this past Thursday, I should say. But
we shouldn't have lost that game, but that's fine.
We shouldn't have, but sometimes things just happen, right? And of course, it had to be Hawthorn.
Had to be Hawthorn. Seriously, come on, guys. Give us a break. I don't like Hawthorn.
Bit of love in the chat here for Lucas, and yeah, I'll agree with that.
That's right. We love Georgie Prasparkas. You saw the girls. The girls were there today.
Yes.
Yes.
They loved our bed length sign.
Yeah.
It's all a bit of a shame. All right. So before we wrap things up then, for both of you, and it might be hard given the result, but give me a 3-2-1.
You go.
I haven't even seen that.
I know it's impossible.
By the way, agreed, Matt, for that comment there. Absolutely agree.
So hard. Oh, my God.
Don't be... I'm just saying, my votes could be trash.
Oh, man.
I got one.
Go on, Bianca, throw me your trash votes. We're all in this headspace from time to time where we just can't stand what we've just seen.
Go
for it.
3 votes, Ollie Dempsey. 2 votes, Ryan Myers. And 1 vote, Lawson Humphries.
They're all pretty rational votes.
Yeah. I was going to say I'll go 3 Lawson Humphries.
Oh. Blitzovs. Thanks, Mom. Blitzovs.
I'll go 2 Ollie Dempsey. Yeah, he can pinch 2. And 1.
Good luck. If we're doing worst,
we
probably have to be the 2.
There's some spice. They're just dropping a bit of... I've told these Hawthorn supporting nuffies who've been popping in tonight that we're not going to give them the salt that they're looking for. Let's be better than this, Bianca. We're better than them.
And I'll go 1.
We'll save it for off camera. Don't worry about it.
1. Far out. Yeah, maybe Grian. Can we go Grian? I thought he was good.
Grian's a top 3 player for us today for sure, I think.
Yeah. Think it.
Shadu says Jez's arm is stiff. No, in fact, right now it's probably pretty floppy, actually.
Yeah.
He broke it.
He's got some Harry Potter arm shit going on.
That guy must have ridiculous arm strength to pull that tackle off.
Oh, yeah.
To get that tackle with
just
one
grabbed him
hand,
by the scruff of the neck and just dragged him with his
And
non-preferred.
was a really good defender. Justin Fletcher's a really good defender.
That was incredible.
And he had some good momentum going.
Just slung him
we've
with
seen
one
him do this
arm.
before too. We've seen him do this to other players in the past when he's been full health, where he's just grabbed him and just kind of slung him.
That's ridiculous strength. That is just, woo. Man, that was, yeah.
But to
very
do it
impressive.
Injured and struggling,
Yeah.
all credit to him. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Well, team, it's pretty awful. Oh, hang on. Lucas just popped in. He says, to everyone, I'm fine. I'm very angry and upset over today. I feel I've been disrespected by people over my opinions. I love the club. I have no hate here. I won't be coming on. Love you all. Thank you. Lucas, you're always welcome here. We'll chat to you nice and soon, mate. But look after yourself in the meantime. But guys, just as we sign off and we jump into our next guest, as always, it's been an absolute pleasure to get to chat to the both of you. I don't get to do post-game live nearly often enough, so I don't get to chat to you guys as often as I'd like to. But the support for the club, for the Hoops crew and what we've been doing, it's always been appreciated. It's always awesome hearing your voices. And it was also awesome back at Easter Monday to get to meet both of you face to face. And Declan as well. I'm not sure where he's disappeared to at the moment. Maybe gone to get some sleep or something like that. But it was awesome, and I'm looking forward to doing it all again through the new year.
Yeah, Declan's coming. Hang on.
Oh, there he is. We've got to get the whole family for the final sign-off. So
Yeah, Mum, you come
before
too.
we bring Ethan in next.
Mum, you come
Come
too.
here, Dick. Come give me a hug. Jumping out, man.
I'm not going to fit.
Thanks, team. Oh, we got everyone
Yeah, we're
doing an amazing job while Brendan was in the ground today. So
Yeah.
it takes a whole team. Even when things don't work out, it takes a whole team. So thank you to all of you for being awesome supporters of the Hoops Crew over the course of the year, and then also just for being awesome supporters and people, full stop. So we'll do it all again next year. And as we've discussed, everyone who's watching, if you're not already, get around the girls and what they're doing as they make a charge for finals and hopefully a premiership, because they are, I know, kind of lingering just on the wrong side of the eight right now, but they are a seriously talented team. They just need to click in a few areas, and it feels like the sky is the limit. So we'll see how we go.
That's it. We'll see you all at the Hoopies.
Yes, Monday night, the live Hoopies with myself, Ben, and the chaps going through the entire season. I should probably update my votes because I'm a little bit behind in that area, and Ben's going to need some graphics. But thanks, guys. Chat soon.
No worries. Go Cats!
That's the spirit. All right. Thank you to Spuddicus, who's just dropped a $5 super chat there. Thank God I had the Hoops Crew. Would have been so much more depressing. Love you. All rough day. Drink, and more drink. Cheers to that. Problem is, I've got to take a piss. And this is a bit like the Brownlow night the other night. We're like, now I'm on my own. I don't even know what I'm going to do here. Ethan, are you good to wait for 30 seconds while I run off camera? I'll throw to Cyril Cook Florist, because that's the perfect thing to do right now, is when you want to take a leak, throw to the florist. I promise I won't piss all over my wife's garden. I'll be back in a second. Then we're going to bring Ethan in, and we're going to talk all about the game. See you in a sec.
The Hoops Crew Media Network is proudly sponsored by Cyril Cook Florist. Visit them at shop 1211 Leather Street in Breakwater. Phone them on 035 222 2244 or visit their website at www.cyrilcookflorist.com.au and use the offer code GOCATS in the voucher field at checkout to get 20% off your next online purchase.
Oh my God, there's a stream on. I'm missing it. What's going on? All right. I'm back. Shit. All right. Let me deal with a couple of quick questions that come through. Magnus says, we love Cyril. We do love Cyril Cook Florist. Thank you to them for their support the entire year. And of course, thank you to Shannon Pizza as well, who's been another major sponsor for the entire year. If you haven't seen the social post that Ben's been putting out, there is a $100 Shannon Pizza voucher for the best person in the chat or jumping in the stream or our top dog contributor, whatever it happens to be. I'll have to work that out with Ben after the fact. But thank you to Shannon Pizza, who's been amazing. And there is a $100 Shannon Pizza voucher on the line tonight. Sick Cars asks, do you think we'll win next year? We just lost today. I can't imagine. I can't even think that far ahead yet. Empty chair, empty like our souls. I'm back. Don't worry. Doing God's work. I can see it. There is something developing here. I'm a little bit concerned about the I need to take a piss memes that are coming up. But anyway, there's something to them. All right, let's bring Ethan in. How's things, mate? Thank you for bearing with me on multiple occasions. Oh, you're mute. I can't hear you. No audio. You're okay software side, but nothing's actually maybe hardware side. As you maybe unplug, turn your mic off and then on again. It's all right. I'll give you a sec. What I'm sure Ethan wants to say is, I won't put words in his mouth. We'll give him a second. But while he's sorting that one out, as I said, thank you. And I'll even take the opportunity. I'll bounce you out for a second, mate, but I'll bring you back in as soon as you're good to go. Just give me a wave and I'll take a look at your little bars and see if they're popping. As I alluded to before, thank you. Ethan's speechless, says Shadu. Thank you to everyone who has contributed over the course of this year as a viewer, as a patron, as someone who's thrown super chats, drop comments on any of our pre-recorded stuff, watch these things after the fact, and contribute over the course of the year. It's been an absolute pleasure getting to chat to so many of you, to get to meet a lot of you for the first time over the course of the year. It's been great. We've got a lot of plans for Ethan's leaving and jumping back in. I'm now seeing him twice, which is interesting. I'm getting the thumbs up, so we'll bring him back in. But it's been an absolute pleasure to get to chat to all of you over the course of the year, and let's do it now with Ethan, where hopefully everything is working. Ethan.
This better?
Yeah, we got you.
Good. Switched from laptop to phone. That should do the trick.
Oh, sorry to Campbell. No, that doesn't include our mate Guinea in there, nor does it include Telstra. That person Telstra that was an absolute clown early in the year as well. So anyway, talk to me. What are you thinking from today?
I think it's pretty clear that Brisbane is the dominant team in the competition right now, and with what they've got coming ahead, they could keep getting better, which is just terrifying considering how good they already are.
Thank you, Bussy, for the super chat.
That's an incredible club. That's young, only getting better. And I mean, you look at what they were missing in their
I know, right?
Not just today, but all year. Like, you're down Jack Payne.
Kitty Coleman and all these
You're down
guys.
Coleman. You're down Duday. You're down Ainsworth. And they're just... I said at the start of finals, we were going to play them twice, and we were going to beat them once. We were not going 0-4 against them, but it was going to be damn hard to beat them twice. And when you look at the difference between a few weeks ago and now, the biggest difference is just we outclassed their midfield in the qualifying final, and that was not going to happen again.
That was, so in retrospect, that was the anomaly, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we can beat them. We could have easily won the game up at the Gabba, and we just played like shit when we played them at home. But the fact is, we were not going to run circles around their midfield like that again. Beating them when coming out and playing their midfield even and beating them in the other 50s. And instead, their midfield outplayed us, and they pretty much beat us everywhere. They are really good. There are 3 teams that we struggle with right now. It's them, because they're loaded. I mean, just look at their list. They're loaded.
Yeah, it's not even necessarily a matchups thing. It's just it's just an unbelievable team.
It's the Giants. That is a matchup thing.
Yep.
And it's Carlton, who fucking suck, and we need to start beating them.
Hey, Scotty, if you happen to be watching at the moment, remember, your team fucking sucks. You just...
Except against us.
Except against us.
But anyway, do you want to go... It's like, pick your poison. Do you want to try to play the slow kick mark game that they're good at? You look at... They win anytime they get 100 uncontested marks. Or do you want to try playing at ground level, playing faster, and then one little deflection, Zach Bailey's out, and they've got 5 guys running, and they're just... It's like, there's really... I don't think there's a set recipe. Someone's got to find that recipe to consistently beat them.
It's get a whole bunch of academy picks, father sons, and no, I'm kidding. That's not why they won.
But I
honestly don't think there's anything overly extraordinary today. I think it's like going back to one of your core points, which was just they are just an unbelievably talented, high class team. Let's ignore where these players have come from, because I know some will try and in time people are going to come to hate them like they hate us. But they have drafted incredibly well. They have traded in the right players. They have absolutely benefited from NGAs and free agencies, but like they've just built and honestly, we haven't even seen them bear fruit from the NGAs yet, which is the wild thing. Like these NGA picks, like Annabelle this year, they're coming. Like
we need to
loading it, but
we need to
team and a really disciplined team. Except for Darcy Wilmot, who turns out is a bit of a dickhead when he was up there receiving his medal before. But anyway.
I think he did that last year, too.
Was he the one being a dickhead in the mic last year as well?
Yeah. I think we need to just start making people with good athletic backgrounds give birth overseas so that we can count guys for, next generation academy stuff.
They're starting to tighten up the NGA stuff ahead of not this year's draft. It's too late to do that now, but ahead of next year.
Well, it couldn't be any less tight, but we are closer to taking Brisbane down than pretty much anyone else, but they are above the rest. It's pretty clear, and we hung around. I didn't get to watch the first half in full. I was at work, was watching on my laptop while working, but
mate, you tuned in for the shit half. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, I was watching, just not as closely as I would like to. Like the part that I didn't get to see at all, they had kicked back-to-back goals in the second to take the lead, but I thought, all right, we survived the first quarter, we weathered the storm, and ultimately they just proved to be way too good. And it just, what sucks about it, we're going to be competitive year in, year out. We know that. Our floor is pretty dang high. The problem is, how many chances do you get where things largely fall into place with injuries? I mean, our injury list was super short all year. That's something you can't count on.
In the end, there was only one player who would be a starting 23 player that didn't play, and that was Tom Stewart. Toby Conway if he actually got the runs on the board in the development. But
who knows? Who knows what would have happened with him or Kola Jashny with health, or what could have happened with Cam Guthrie. But, those things are going to get tested. And it felt like a lot of those things had fallen into place, and it felt like we were in position to capitalize on that. And that's what's so frustrating. And that's what could have taken this from a really good season into a great season.
Yeah.
I think the guy I'm most gutted for today, honestly, it was sad to see Max Holmes pretty distraught, but he's got a great career ahead of him. I'm gutted for Tom Atkins, because everyone other than the umpires, who only gave him 3 Brownlow votes, knows he just played the best year of his career, and he deserved more out of this season. So that one gets me, and he hung in there as well as he could today against what's just all the credit to Fagan for making that call on Lachie Neale, and Neale himself for playing so well.
Yeah,
I thought this was going to be like a Sam Reed type thing. I thought this could have worked really well for us.
Going to be that.
I was excited to find out he was going to be the sub. Just what's going to happen? He is, most likely either he's not ready to go as much as they needed, or he gets forced in early. And
we were halfway there, right? Because they subbed him in. They didn't have an injury. They subbed him in, and then
and then Starcevich
his calf didn't blow out. His Achilles didn't go. Nothing went on him. It was a bit of a disaster.
I have it would be unfortunate if that's how Starcevich goes out, which would keep up the trend of the grand final team never playing together again.
It would also, obviously a shame for him regardless, but it's a really interesting situation because he had a big fat stack of cash offered to him by West Coast, and all the reports were that he was going to go, but another concussion now. Ooh, if I was West Coast, hell, if I was him, I'd be going, I don't know how much longer I've got in this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to spend...
And it may not be long. And depending on the diagnosis from this, he may not have any time left in this game for all we know. It could be a bit like, I've forgotten his name now, but old mate from Collingwood who played in the grand final, got knocked out in the grand final, retired off.
Murphy?
Yeah, Murphy, that's right.
Yeah. But
it could be a similar story to him, but if I was him, I go, if I've only got maybe a year or two left, because maybe one more knock and I'm done, I'd be staying right where I am and seeing if I can pinch a premiership along the way.
Oh, yeah. No, this is... But you don't have a better shot anywhere else. I honestly...
And it's not like, as an AFL player, it's not like you're being paid poorly anyway. So what's an extra $500K? It's obviously a huge amount of money. But what's an extra $500K hypothetically? And I don't know what he's actually being offered or what he's currently on, but hypothetical amount, several hundreds of thousands more per season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am curious to see how Brisbane try to work in some of these new guys, especially Draper, because I think they've got a good combo in two rucks right now with what they're doing. We've talked about this with Ben how many times. Stanley plays his best against the best, and when I see him going up against McInerney and Fort, they're fine. They're not the best. They're not the type of guys Stanley thrives against. Whereas if he was going out there today against like
Max
prime
Gawn.
Nick Napanui,
Yeah.
would have felt great about that. But
Jackie says yes. Can we have Fort back? Probably be handy, actually.
The ruck situation with the possibility of Marshall is interesting. I know there's already been some talk about that. I think Marshall, my one critique of him is half the time when he gets a hit out, he just grabs it and yeets it as far forward as he can without giving much thought to what he's kicking to.
Yeah.
And if we could get him to just be smarter off of his ruck contest wins, yeah, we could really have something there. Because otherwise, if you're bringing in him and Warple, we could be like the lowest efficiency team in football history.
I mean, I as much as I don't mind the idea of Warple coming in, I don't see him being a starting 23 person very often.
Well, I like him a lot.
So I think he's going to be a good depth option.
I think, look, we had a hole in our midfield.
Sorry, go for it.
We still had something of a hole in our midfield at times this year, and people's life decisions could be brought into question for that. But maybe then we'd finally have that full midfield. It's just between if you had all three of Warple, Smith, and Marshall, that's three guys that you're not expecting to really play above 70% efficiency. And if we could work the pieces around to be able to kind of squeeze a little bit of that out of them, we could be in great shape. But I think today showed, we do have pieces that we need to be better. Stanley has done a ton for the club, and, I know there's all, he is a culture guy. He represents what this club is,
He brings potential candidates to his farm and wins them over.
Yes, he's when I got to go in the rooms after the win against Port, he was just standing over there talking with, I guess, one of his friends or neighbors or coworkers or something about what they were going to do with, I think, some irrigation stuff on the farm in the next week. It was so on brand. Hopefully, I think his next couple of years might not be as a number one ruck, but there's still room for him. I think the depth there is going to be interesting depending on Conway's health. I did kind of like the idea. I just don't know of how many spots we've got, but Todd Goldstein, if, he was supposed to probably come into this year and play maybe 4 or 5 games, and injuries forced him into 16 or
almost
17.
all of them. Yeah.
Yeah. If we could bring Todd Goldstein in as a guy to just play, a couple games. I'd much rather have him in that role than Segler a few years ago, who was just a nightmare.
Yeah.
That was rough. So that's really the one spot that I think we need to get sorted out. And then I think defensive depth is still something that comes into question, because we've seen, when you take out one brick, the whole Jenga tower gets really unstable. And we saw that today where, even if Stewart isn't the player he was in 22, we still are reliant on him to do a lot. And we're going to need to work on kind of passing the torch, because ultimately, as great as he is, he's not going to be doing this forever. And I think we've done well. We've kind of made that transition in the forward line. And I'd like to see some of that defensively. I think Jack Henry is cementing himself as our number one defender. And I thought he was
fantastic today. He lost one contest for the entire day, and it's because he slipped over.
He was one that I don't think got enough praise from some of the people who had been on previously. He was rock solid. Every time the ball went his way, no complaints about how he was playing.
Intercepted it, marked it, killed it. He wasn't losing contests, like I said, except for one, and he slipped over in the chase.
And I thought,
and the game was done by that point too.
Yeah, Sam de Koning once again actually was pretty solid from like a movement standpoint, playing outside of just the defensive 50. And unfortunately, 2 glaring errors by Zach Guthrie, who's been so consistently good. He had A, the kick to O'Sullivan, and B, before that, one where he spoiled O'Sullivan, who would have had an easy intercept mark, and that led to a Cameron goal that just shouldn't have happened. I'm not worried about Zach Guthrie moving forward. My
At the time, it was justified, Jackie. Enough of this slanderous. Let's not rewrite history here.
Maybe we need to say that about more people because it clearly got him into shape.
There was a few foreskins out there today. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
Shit.
Like moving forward.
But well done, Jackie, by the way.
Yeah. We've got things we've got to still smooth out there. And then up front, like, I'm surprised how much ruck time Blitzovs ended up getting, which really makes you question why bring Stanley in then.
Yeah.
Because I thought the plan was going to be, all right, Stanley goes into the ruck, Blitzovs basically fills Stewart's role. Because Mark Blitzovs is the ultimate plug and play, do everything, and I hope he plays forever because he is pretty much irreplaceable. But I was surprised by how we did that, because if you're not going to throw him back defensively, why not throw him forward and have him as the guy to try to neutralize Andrews? That's what I would have done, because, and I pointed to this 1,000 times, he did that on Cal Wilkie so well. And Shannon Neal, you're asking a young forward who's still getting his land legs in a lot of respects to go and take down the
best defender in the competition.
Yeah, he is the best. Sam Taylor is now number 2. I said this a few weeks ago, like after Darcy and Naughton kicked his ass, like Andrews is number 1, Taylor's number 2. And
Harris kind of had that for a while, and it just, Sam Taylor bobbed up at a good time, took the throne, but Harris Andrews reclaimed that very much so this year.
And I think we did Shannon Neal a disservice by throwing him into that spot instead of trying to do more there. And I agree with Luke. The more he can get the ball to ground, the better, because he's a really good player at ground level. Like I don't want to shoehorn him into just a contested mark role. I think he's got a lot more than that he can do.
No, I'd agree. He does play the ground ball pretty well. He just didn't bring it to ground, essentially. He got outpointed.
Yeah.
And the disposal to him wasn't fantastic either for that. Like he was failed by his midfield group today in a lot of ways as well. But even in the qualifying final, like he was, I still stand by the fact that he was a pretty solid contributor. It wasn't an amazing contribution, but it was a solid contribution. But he still got outpointed on a few occasions as well when the service was much better.
It would be fair to say he was one of our weaker pieces during the final series. I think it would be foolish to overreact to it and start doubting his potential long term. I still don't know if we use him as well as we can.
Yeah. And that's where, I mean, like I said, obviously there's the ruck conversation. The Charlie Curnow thing that's popping up is a real curveball in the mix that I don't think any of us have been expecting a couple of months ago even.
Oh, yeah.
It's where the main bit of feedback, or the main, I guess, sentiment when it came to, okay, what does Geelong's list need to improve? The general sentiment was, well, we got Bailey Smith and that's amazing. We've got Max Holmes. That's amazing. But we're probably still a midfielder short, was the general consensus here. And we've got good runners. We've got a beast at the coalface like Tom Atkins. I'm discounting Danger from this conversation because he's more of a forward these days. But what we're missing is, and I think about Brisbane today, and I think about Hugh McCluggage, we are missing the polish and the poise in the midfield.
We're missing that efficiency in the middle.
Yeah.
because Max Holmes is usually doing that in more of an outside role. Maybe there's a world where you can get Holmes to do that more in the middle, but even so, I think that's
he's probably the best of the lot at the moment. But then today he had a horrific day in that respect. But
he's still I think he was probably our best all year, and should probably win the Carty Reeves medal.
Yeah, I'd agree. I could see Jezza winning because 88 goals is pretty hard to overlook. But But yeah, I think there's a good case to be made. And not to mention, Bailey was, obviously there or thereabouts as well. So it just depends on how much glitz and glamour's kind of caught the eye of even the coaches. But I would make the argument like you that Max should win Kaji and go back to back.
Yeah, and just we need someone who's just faster and more efficient in the middle. Efficiency is one of those stats that I look at all the time.
One of the most important. You can get the ball a lot and butcher it.
Yeah, and that is something that we are lacking. And, adding Warple, as much as I like him as another contested weapon, would not really help on that front. So that's the biggest issue. I'm trying to think of a player who would kind of be like a good comp for like a Hayden Young, who unfortunately signed on to stay at Freo, because he might be, like, he and Finn Callahan are probably my two favorite players outside of Geelong.
Yes, fair. I'm taking Callahan now for. There's got to be a way that I can filter this list a little bit, because I go to the stats leaders thing and I search by disposal efficiency, and of course there's one bloke from Melbourne, Jed Adams, who's had 5 disposals for the year. When I sort by disposal efficiency, he comes up 100%. But if I can I'd love to be able to then look at the total disposals as well. But I'll have to find some. Oh no, Harris Andrews, the first player that's had more than 100. He's a key defender. Griffin Lowe. Defenders always fill up this because they get their kick ends.
But
looking for midfielder. Funnily enough, Tom Mitchell is one of the highest in that respect.
That's really surprising.
And
I guess he's doing a lot.
What I will say, not that I think he's the right fit, but what I will say is he's been given his marching orders this week. Him and Mason Cox have both been told to go explore their options.
As a novelty bit, I would love to have Mason, one of Mason or Todd Goldstein as that last ruck depth guy. Someone you're not expecting to give a ton of games to, but
yep.
I have my reasons.
Can't work out why there might be a little bit of extra attachment to Mason Cox, for example.
Also, it would just be fun because imagine, having the guy who plays 4 games a year, kicks 1 goal, and then immediately goes up to the guy he was matched up with and just starts screaming in his face. It's a lot more fun when it's on your team than on somebody else's.
Bailey Williams is listed as a mid. He's up there, but he's not a mid. He's a defender.
Bulldogs Bailey Williams?
Yeah, Bulldogs Bailey Williams.
Jeez. Talk about a guy who got miscast all year. Oh, and congrats to the Bulldogs fans, because this is the biggest success they've had in a while.
Oh, the VFL win. I'm now up to 96 on the list. Well, equal 96, sorry, I should say, on the list. And I haven't found your frontline midfielder yet. It's taking a little while, actually. And I'm trying to go slowly and try and keep half an eye on this as we go. There are some there. Some of them are retirees, funnily enough. It's your Nat Fifes and those sort of guys, but they're retiring.
That sort of finesse is something that we are lacking.
Yeah.
And again, the guys we're bringing in aren't going to exactly address that unless the coaches see something that can be done there, which I wouldn't be shocked if they see something and unlock something new in some of these guys. That would be...
I was going to say, there's plenty of reason to think that maybe we already have this guy, and it's just that he's young and needs to develop.
Yeah. I thought
George Stevens is actually, funnily enough, and admittedly he's hardly played any games, but George Stevens is, funnily enough, one of the first midfielders who's still on the list. He's like the first one that appears here.
problem
It's
is
not a
he's
defender.
just-
That's not a. But like obviously, his numbers are going to be skewed. He's played 2 games, but
Yeah.
and one of
My
them is a
issue
blinder
there is
where he
he's
could have
also
gotten the rising
just-
star.
he's also just not especially fast.
Yeah.
And that's something that we're really going to have to contend with as well. Like, I guess Warple would help offset some of that. He's got decent speed, but
Braden. So here's one for you. Braden Fiorini. He has just popped up. He's like, he's had just shy of 400 disposals for the year, so he gets his hand on the ball plenty. Plays midfield. He's one of the first, outside of obviously, outside of George, but he's actually, played a lot of football this year, played a lot of football in the midfield. And the talk is that he's looking for a new home right now.
that would be extremely interesting. That would be like the
he's
sort of
operating at
shrewd...
77% disposal efficiency, where he's probably kicking. I'm just going to simplify all the ratios here. It's 20 kicks to every 18 handballs. So he's still probably handballing a little more than you'd like, and that's
That would
probably
be a good
skewing the numbers a little bit.
piece.
That's probably skewing the percentages a little bit because you are more likely to hit the target with a handball than you are a kick. But
Yeah.
it still makes for decent reading.
Yeah, that's another interesting one. I think if we're looking
And
at priorities,
he's looking for a new home at the moment. So
if we're looking at priorities going into the offseason, I think ruck, midfield, and then, Kerno would be like, if we can get it done, awesome. But I don't think it's the most pressing matter, as cool as it would be. And as fun as it would be, for all the complaining people have about Dangerfield's free kicks, if we could actually get a real free kick merchant like that, that would be awesome.
The other name I heard come up, he popped up again through the week. I've already done a video on him in the past, and this won't be an option till next year at the earliest anyway. But I continue, again, Sam Walsh's name came up.
Yeah, you look at how much better the Blues midfield is when he's out there versus when he's not. That would be...
And he operates at about 75% disposal efficiency.
That would just be massive.
The only thing is he is more of a handball guy as well, but his kicking efficiency is 61%. That's solid enough. But that's not a prospect until next year anyway. So then that opens the can of worms of Zach Butters and all those sorts of things. There's a lot of what ifs there when it comes to the likes of those sorts of players that I don't really want to entertain too much just yet, simply because I would be more than happy to have that conversation if Charlie wasn't an option. Like Charlie Curnow right now is an option. But because Charlie Curnow is a potential candidate, if we get him, that just any ideas that I have now potentially go out the window because we would have to give up a lot to get him.
Yeah, and that's that makes you reconsider if really pursuing him would be just worth using up those bullets. Might be more worthwhile elsewhere. Anyway.
And for what it's worth for everyone, Sam Walsh is actually more precise by foot than Zach Butters, because Zach Butters is obviously the other one that's linked to us.
Anyway, I just think today showed that in a lot of ways we punch above our weight, because you watch the Brisbane, GWS, sometimes even unfortunately Hawthorn, and you just see these teams have so much talent. When you line us up one by one, we're usually against that, the upper class of teams, we're trying to punch up a little bit.
Yeah. And it's kind of force of will, and even, to go back to the Hawthorn game of last week, it's a superhuman effort from Danger or someone else that gets us to where we want to be.
Yeah, and I'd love it if we, I love that we're able to punch above our weight, but I'd also love if we didn't have to and we could just out-talent teams more, because being able to out-talent teams is fun. And if you combine
skill.
And if you combine that with a good coaching staff, then you're just about unstoppable. And yes, Jack, Finn Callahan, he might win a Brownlow sooner or later. He's ridiculous.
He's crazy.
Killed us both times.
Yeah. But honing in on today a little bit, and obviously, yeah, you've mostly been able to analyze the second half, which is probably not the best half in terms of trying to pull it apart. But where, in your eyes, where did some of the things go wrong today?
It was that
Or in
stretch
that
of
second
it was that stretch of 3 goals in a row, like right before even before the Neil goal, the couple before that.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. Right.
Because it was 3-0. It was Cameron with 2. The second one was where Guthrie spoiled O'Sullivan. That was where it started to fall apart. They got those 3 at the end of the third. And that kind of felt like the point of no return. We get one back to cut it to 21, and then once Guthrie turns that over, they get the lead back out to 27. That was really it. So it was just those 3 at the end of the third hurt a lot. And we were just I think we were doing a lot of trying to play catch up from there.
Yeah, I'd agree. The momentum had completely shifted at that point. It was just hard to get it all back. And our disposal wasn't where it needed to be. Our hostility at the contest wasn't where it needed to be. They'd kind of broken us at that point.
We had done, in the first half, felt like we had done a lot to just hold up. Guys were being smart, just like kind of taking advantage of being second to the ball, which there's a lot of strategy in that can be done.
Yes.
And we did a good job with that. But also, it's hard to win a whole game like that.
Yes, no, you've still got to be able to go and win the ball yourself. And
we weren't doing a ton of that to begin with.
Yeah, I haven't taken a look at some of the final numbers.
And then when
I'm kind of holding off on my reaction video until tomorrow, just to let it sit, let it stew. But what are those contested possession figures?
They were pretty. I know they were just about
not as heavily in favour as Brisbane as I expected. It's 141 to 149.
They were dead even at halftime. Everything was just about
almost everything was level at halftime. It was wild, statistically speaking.
Everything except for free kicks, and then they overcompensated to swing that back the other way. I'm glad that didn't affect the outcome. Honestly, But also just when you fall behind, and then you're facing a team like that can kill you with speed, then you get aggressive and overcompensate, and then they're out the other way, and boom, goal, boom, goal. And we also we had a lot of poor decision making. I think it was Blitzovs who had 2 options deep, chose to go to Neil, who was covered by Andrews when he had a much better, shorter option available. A couple of things like that. And those even happened in the first half. And that's where I guess we did fail to kind of jump on some opportunities. Barely being 37% efficiency inside 50 is not going to cut it.
Yeah.
Unless the game's being played in a downpour. And I think Brisbane's 53.
That's a perfectly fine wet weather figure, but
yeah.
The
53% that Brisbane had was bolstered by, some of the ones late and, some of those disposals, like handing guys off, handing it off to the open guy in the goal square. And if you told me that was, how they were going to get a bunch of their goals, you would have expected it. And we were going to be playing a matchup somewhere at a disadvantage. Like, having Jai Clark try to match up with Zach Bailey. Like, we're giving up so much in speed there.
Sorry, just quickly addressing the chat there that the therapy session is led by me with a beer in hand.
Yes.
Group therapy.
But, like, if we're...
It's only my 4th, everyone. Don't worry. I know you can't see the bottles on camera, but it's only my 4th. There's still 2 in the 6-pack left.
Yeah,
they nearly fell out the back.
I just don't know where, with the guys we have out there, and this is something that not even Tom Seward would have fixed. This is something that was going to be an issue no matter what. unless our midfield just kicked their asses again, which realistically, like I said, that wasn't happening. We're giving up speed at a lot of spots, and you're going to have to find something to compensate, and we couldn't do that.
Yeah, unless it's just overwhelming pressure, which we absolutely brought in the qualifying, but did not bring to the same level. And I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, like Brisbane absolutely improved their game, but we didn't get anywhere near the heights that we brought in the qualifying or the prelim final in that particular
Not
metric.
at all.
So
I thought outside of Atkins, I don't know who really replicated that. And again, Tom Atkins deserves so much credit for his performance, not just today, but all year. And I'm just... That's the one thing that's going to hurt the most, is knowing that, like I said, his best season, not culminating in a flag, really stings. Because there are a lot of things that we can get better at.
But can he be better again? Or can he match that again? Yeah, like...
If he's even 80 to 90% of what he was this year, I'll be very, very satisfied, because he was brilliant. He punched so far above his weight. You know, I think...
Continues to.
Yeah, I think largely wrap this up. I know other people want to get on. I'll say this. Compared to some of our other seasons ending in the last few years, this probably was one of the less hard to stomach. I think, last year it's like it took a while for it to sink in. Like, wait, that's it. Because it all happened so fast.
And we were there. We were there. Like, we had it.
Whereas this one, you had most of the fourth quarter to
digest it.
Yeah, to digest. We beat Hawthorn, which still, like, if you're not going to win the whole thing, beating Hawthorn on the way to the grand final is pretty damn good.
Especially in a knockout final.
Considering
62 years of history that have preceded last week.
Yeah.
Shout out to that little prick Ginnivan, if you're still watching.
So that's just obviously just coming this close is incredibly frustrating. But, like, if there's a way for it to go down, to do it against a more palatable opponent, to just get beaten by what was ultimately the best team, I don't think there are any individual moments out of this one that are necessarily going to haunt us. And now I just hope that we can do what Brisbane's done and not what we did after the last time we were in a grand final, and rebound with the shortest possible offseason and be ready to roll against a top 6 schedule. I would think we'll be seeing... I'd be shocked if we aren't seeing Brisbane twice next year. I would expect someone out of, like, Hawthorn or Collingwood we'll have to see twice. And for the love of God, can we please beat the Giants and beat the Saints at Marvel?
Yeah, let's just tick off those wins when they should happen. That'd be nice.
In conclusion, good year that could have been a great year.
Missed opportunity. It's a bit of a shame.
Stings a bit less than last year, but still stings. 3-2-1 for today. I got to go back and look a little closer. But 3, definitely Ollie Dempsey. 2, I think I'll give to Brian. And 1, I'm going to go Jack Henry.
Oh, yeah? No, I'd agree with any sentiment where that results in Jack Henry being in the top 3. He was unreal. And a lot of those defenders were. They really held up the fort when things were really tough. So props to him.
The midfield's got to be better, though. That's midfield and just decision making with the ball. But I think this is. I don't think, let's not go send all the guys on some weird retreat now.
And play the Brisbane song over and over and then demoralise them and break them just like Adelaide, right?
Yeah.
We won't do it. We're better than that.
Yeah. Let's not do that, and let's go and get better and come back even hungrier next year.
Yeah. Go and land some big fish. Rowan Marshall, who knows? Maybe Curnow. And then see what unlocks for us in 2026. Mate, it's been a pleasure as always to have you on board. Looking forward to doing it all again through season 2026.
Hope to be back. Hope to be back soon. Just a matter of if it's next year or the year after or when.
Would be good to have you back on the shores again. Yeah, sooner rather than later. And it was awesome to get to meet you in person too.
Yes, that was
the Port Adelaide game.
That whole day from start to finish was probably the highlight of what was an incredible trip altogether.
That's awesome, mate. Just brought you that little bit closer to a game that you've fallen in love with in only recent years. And it's been awesome to have you a part of this community. And yeah, like I said, looking forward to doing it all again in 2026.
And to go back from this to watching the NFL, where, what I love about footy is it's not like you're typically haunted by one particular moment, whereas the NFL, it's 12 minutes of action. It's one stupid coaching decision and you hate everyone for the next year. And this is the greatest sport in the world. That's all there is to it. This is the greatest sport.
Good timing for me to pin Harley's comment. He says he always likes what Ethan has to say.
Thank you.
You've absolutely nailed it at the exact right time. But you're right. That's the best sport in the world.
I'd rather watch this than have to deal with idiot John Harbaugh and everything. The Ravens are a fucking mess right now. That's all.
Well, good luck with them. I don't know. I don't follow like I should the NFL. So
every game comes down to the final couple minutes.
Yes. That avoid, and it feels like that's the case with a lot of the American sports, right? Like basketball's a little bit the same. And then it comes down to those final minutes, and then we time the game out into oblivion. And don't get me wrong, I love myself basketball.
Oh yeah.
But
geez,
like just spare us an ad break.
Yeah. To anyone who comes through America, I live close to the San Francisco airport, and I've been to almost every major American city. So if you ever need like restaurant recommendations or anything, I got you.
Very handy information. Not far from SF. That's cool.
Yeah, like 10 minutes from the airport. Like the flight path goes like right over me.
Yeah, right. Okay. No, that I mean, there's pros and cons to that in terms of just living your life and having the planes whiz over the top all the time. But
it's white noise.
Oh, okay, fair enough. He's become desensitized to it. Flash does ask before we wrap things up. He says, "Have you been to Buffalo?"
That is one I have not. Like the only most major cities. Haven't done Buffalo. Haven't done Austin. Haven't done San Antonio.
Okay, bit by bit, tick them off then.
Yeah.
Well, Ethan, as I said, thank you very much for coming on board, sharing all your thoughts over the course
New Orleans. Got to do that.
Orleans. Yeah, okay.
Got to do that.
It's been a pleasure having you on board all year. I know I don't get to do post-game live all that often, but it's always a fascinating chat whenever I get to pick through the game with you, get to hear your thoughts as well. And I look forward to doing it all again through season 2026. Don't be a stranger in the meantime.
Absolutely. I had some ridiculous promises I was going to fulfill if we had won that I would have been getting weird looks walking around with a headband on for a full week.
Embrace it. Who cares? Sing when you're winning.
Yeah.
It's just a shame we didn't get to sing. We hummed a few bars for a while there.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Thanks very much, Ethan.
Yeah. It's a great community.
Thanks, mate. It's always been good having you a part of it. And chat soon.
Catch you around.
See you, mate. All right, Kingy, you're up next, mate. Talk to me. What are you thinking? How's the heart after everything today?
Can you hear me?
I can. A little bit broken up, but I think it'll probably work.
Well, my battery's dropped like 20%.
Is that all? Haven't you been sitting here for like 3 hours waiting for me? No, sorry, go on. I won't kill that battery any further.
20%.
I'll drop to 20%. Oh, okay.
It's dropped to 20%. Right.
Let's. I won't hold.
But you
up
can
too
hear
much
me better this time, yeah?
I can hear you. It's coming through a bit clearer now, so that's awesome.
Right. I've got a whole list of notes, so I don't forget anything.
Oh my lord! All right, I'll go fluff a pillow. Let's go. And I'll make sure my beer's ready. Let's go.
Okay. Right. Well, you got your beer. Now, I want to ask you, with your beer, which six-pack of the carton is that?
Sorry? Oh, what six-pack is it?
Which, you've only got a six-pack. Which six-pack of the carton is that?
Which six-pack of the carton? No, I just bought him a six-pack, so I didn't get it as part of a slab.
Yeah, okay, sure.
I didn't buy him as a part of a slab, so...
I've got a litre of Russian vodka.
Well, we're starting in a good place. You had a list of questions, and the first one's about beer. So this,
okay, all right.
Who cares about talking about football?
Now,
we're talking about the substances that ease our sorrows.
Okay. So now I didn't get onto this last time as Scotty as coach. Now with 2011, I felt like, in my opinion, that he walked into it. He said himself he didn't have to do anything. It was all player driven. Right. So I was part of the sack Scotty thing during the whole 2015 to 2018, blah, blah, blah. Right. But once he won the flag in 22, I was sold. That's it. He's now a champion coach. Right. Yep. And I consider him as our premiership coach. Right from 22 onwards. So Lucas can get stuffed.
Damn straight. No. He's having a rough night, so I'll leave him be. But in that respect, Lucas can get stuffed.
Views on Charlie. And I don't want to hear his negativity tonight, especially not tonight. Okay. Views on Charlie. Cameron.
For anyone who's maybe missed this, I love Lucas. He's always very entertaining on the show. We have a good time, but I did because Lucas was getting a little bit up in arms on the Discord throughout the game and then afterwards, and I don't think being overly constructive. Not that we're all feeling a little bit shit about the whole thing, but I don't think his energy was what the show required tonight. So I politely asked Lucas to maybe just take a night off.
I was thinking of his opinions while I was watching the grand final.
You knew what he was thinking. Like, it was so obvious. It was so obvious.
I was like hoping he wouldn't be around. I was actually hoping he wouldn't be here.
No, because I didn't want to have to deal with him. Tonight wasn't the night for those conversations.
Yeah. Okay.
There is time for that conversation, and I definitely want to engage with it. But tonight wasn't the night.
Right.
So
not tonight. Correct. Right now, views on Charlie Cameron. He would have been a difference.
100%.
So I want to take my hat off to you and say your call was correct on bringing views in.
18 months.
And I must have been wrong. And I mean, I couldn't have been more wrong than they were because they made the same call I would have, and obviously didn't work. Reese.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not going to sit here and say dead views would have changed the result, but certainly I don't think Charlie would have kicked the four goals. That he
maybe not, but it certainly helped sway it in their favour, didn't it? When he got off the chain.
Absolutely. It's his best game of the season by a mile. So,
and he was quiet the first couple of finals. He was almost unheard of. He was in what K-Rock calls witness protection. So, Buse would have made a big difference, I believe. So, yeah, you're right there. And that's a tough selection call that, they're paid better bucks than we are to make those calls. And they
Just
have
quickly
more
interrupting for a
information
sec.
than we
Shadu,
do.
if you're watching, can you put the Discord link here in the chat for Mills, who's just popped in for the night? Would be great. Add another one to the community there. Sorry, King, you go for it, mate.
Right. So Reece Stanley, in my opinion, I mean, I've rated him for a long time. He can float forward and he's a good goal kicker. But yeah, he's done, surely. And I'm disappointed that he's signed on for another year.
One more year.
He's got to be
I don't
done.
mind it in the sense that
He's got to be done.
And there you go, Mills. There's the link. I don't mind as an
the fact that they subbed him out.
If we go and get Marshall, and we've got and Reece Stanley becomes a VFL ruckman who, if we need it, we can call him up. I can tolerate that because he is an AFL standard. He's on the lower end of the AFL standard ruckman thing these days, but I can deal with that. But I don't know if I would have signed him up for another year.
No, I think
I get the rationale, but
yeah, I don't know. I feel like they might be starting to regret that already. If they're going to go after Rowan Marshall, I mean,
if
Toby
Conway solely on
he's,
today, then I think we're probably getting a bit carried away. Sorry, I was going to say if we base it solely based on today, then I'd argue we're maybe not being respectful enough to Reece in that particular case because he's come off a hamstring. He's not played a single final. He got tossed in the deep end and wasn't given the opportunity. He very nearly was kind of the Lachie Neale of the Cats for the day. It just didn't. Like he obviously didn't play Lachie Neale when he came on the ground. But in terms of his injury story and going into it, he was almost Lachie Neale. But he's a momentum guy. He needs to get a few games behind him, get some good form going, and that he had none of that. He was going in cold, which doesn't suit him.
He needs to get his confidence up, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. And that's where, like, if he's a VFL ruckman and then all of a sudden Rowan Marshall's out, well, Reece Stanley has presumably been beating up on a bunch of B-tier VFL ruckman and then steps up to the AFL next year and hopefully thrives if he's required. So there's some merit in keeping him on board, but yeah, I don't think today was the right fit. As you kind of highlighted, yeah, Jed Buse was the drum that I was beating for the entire week, and they didn't make that call. I do feel a little bit vindicated. Unfortunately, I feel a little bit vindicated.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those situations. I've been in that situation before where you don't want to be right.
Yeah, you hate to be right, and I feel right.
Yeah. Yeah. Danger with the when Starcevic went off. Oh, first of all, I want to give a congrats to Brizzy and whoever it was that said to put Starcevic on Danger, because that was a brilliant move. So I want to give kudos to that. Just to show I'm not totally biased. But
I mean, we're biased. We don't need to shy from that, but we can pay. When we can give flowers when we need.
When Starcevic went off, what was Danger doing on the bench for 3 minutes?
Well, I think he'd come off just beforehand, but then AFL and rotations and all of that sort of stupidity meant that I think that was when because he always plays, and let me double check what his game time was in the end. Patrick Dangerfield.
Because even BT, the commentator, he's not a Geelong supporter, but he was saying, like, this is not the time to be putting Danger on the bench.
I'm pretty sure Danger was while you got it. I'm pretty sure Danger was off, or because he was out, used the opportunity to get a rest. But he
probably just saw the opportunity when Starcevic went for a rest. He thought, oh, well, I'll go for a rest while he's having a rest.
Yeah.
But seriously, I mean, he's been giving you a bath all day. Right.
To be fair, Danger owns Starcevic.
He finally goes off. Take your chance. Take your opportunity. He's finally out of the way. Make it count. Instead, he's sitting on the bench. And you can have he can have all the rest you want in the next month. Seriously. I mean, that was just an opportunity lost, in my opinion, for the following 3 minutes. And in those 3 minutes, we conceded the lead from like 1 point down to bloody 19 points down. And he finally came back on and damage was done. But anyway,
Shadu was suggesting that maybe Danger apparently had gastro, went down to the rooms for a bit. I heard, especially when he went down, actually, I did see at the very beginning of the stream tonight, someone asked why he went down to the bench. My understanding is he just went to go take a piss, but I could be wrong.
That was my understanding too. Well, I heard bathroom break.
I think Kane Corns was actually the one
could mean anything.
Yeah. But it could be, yeah.
The bathroom break could mean
a
number of things. It could mean chuck up in the toilet too. Who knows?
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Hesitation in the first quarter. There was one point where we were out in the wing, on the centre wing, and we were looking to go forward, and someone in the 450 arc where the pocket is, and he was all out, and he was like, gesturing like, hey, one-on-one, quick. And there was just hesitation. And that just killed it. And that just kind of set up the story of the way the day went after that. Because I look at scoring trots a lot in terms of the way the game's going and who's really on top. And even though we were in front, when I saw they were 1-6, I'm like, oh, they got more scoring shots than us. And I'm looking at that thinking, oh, this is dangerous. And I noticed even in the second quarter, all our goals were a lot of hard work. Like, I'm sorry, I'm talking to the phone, but I'm looking at the TV.
No, you're okay. No, do what you got to do. It's fine.
I've noticed that even in the second quarter, I noticed all our goals were a lot of hard work, and their goals seemed to come so easily, almost like we were giving them the ball, and it was just straight in, no pressure, too much time and space. And I noticed in the second pressure, particularly, second quarter in particular, I noticed our pressure really dropped off. That's what I noticed.
I still don't know what the KFC herbs and spices are that go into the actual pressure rating in the first place, but I did notice even in the first quarter, Brisbane's pressure rating was significantly higher than ours.
We were both pretty high.
Yeah.
It wasn't a lot higher.
Geelong was lingering around 1. In the middle of this was like, might have been, if I recall, might have been the 10 to 15 minute mark. Like it was about 180 to Geelong to 203, 204 Brisbane, if I recall. So there was a significant thing there. So, but
the one I saw was 205 to 190.
It might have leveled up at one point, yeah.
Okay, well, it might have been a bit after that. Okay.
Yeah, it's right. We might be talking about different points of the game, so don't stress about that.
Yeah, right. Okay, one I was thinking of might have been just after what you saw. Okay, one last thing, or second to last thing, Zorko, how was he not suspended for that misconduct?
Yes, no, I mean, setting aside the result,
he should have been sent straight to the tribunal and booked for a week.
Yep.
But of course he wasn't, because but no, this is what I was thinking in the last quarter. I was thinking the AFL just wanted to hand the cup to them, but that was just me being salty in the last quarter. Now, last point. In my personal opinion, Stewie should have been and always is, in heart and spirit, heart and soul, he is our true captain. Stewie. When we played Sydney up in the SNG a couple of years ago, and we drew, and Dangerfield and Stewie had a blue after the final siren when we drew, and Danger was telling Stewie that's not the way we want to go. And I thought, no, good on you, Stewie. That's smart. Take the 2 points. We'll take the 2. And after that, I thought, I've always rated Stewie as our true leader, as our true captain. And the other thing that Stewie is underrated for, and this is the main thing I want to say, is his ball use. his elite
Oh, absolutely.
kicking skills coming out of 50. That's the thing we really missed today when it was hemmed in our back half.
He would have found,
that's what we
like,
really
more
needed.
often than not, he finds that gap, he finds that target, he places the ball in a strategic spot that maybe gets taken out of bounds. But too often today, again, our defenders did a really good job of like keeping the ball, like, preventing an inside 50 or preventing a forward thrust, but then disposing it back out. We didn't quite execute as we could have and should have.
Yeah.
And again, I think a lot of that was midfield,
like,
but there were opportunities that we could have.
No, I mean, when
done better.
When we're stuck in our back half, when we're stuck in our D50 and we're kicking from one pocket to the other pocket, not really going anywhere, right? And Brizzy, you're just going crab like side to side, right? Well, like they do. And like we do too when we're on that same thing. And we just couldn't find a way out. And Stewie would be able to find that way out. And that's what we missed.
Yeah,
so Stewie, we can cover a lot of things with intercept marks. Zach Guthrie does a lot of things, and other things like other people like Vic Sarves and what's his name, Lawson Humphreys. He was good today. But so we can cover with kind of
on the rebound. Tom Stewart is that rebound
his
guy.
Elite ball use. Yeah, his elite ball use is sorely missed. That's probably more sorely missed than marks, in my opinion. So, yeah.
No,
anyway,
I'm with
that's
you.
me done.
But before you are done, and obviously a very disappointing day for us, but what are your 3, 2, 1s? Who are your best 3 for the game?
I've had a little think of this since you've been asking other people. It's really difficult to pick 3. Given a lot of key people have been well held. I'll give 3 to Jack Henry.
Yeah, I'll go there.
2 to Ollie Dempsey. And 1 to Zach Guthrie.
Yeah. Merit in all of those. I certainly agree with
or maybe
the
1 to
3 and the
nobody.
2.
Or 1 to nobody. I mean, I found it really difficult to find anyone for the 1 vote. But
I mean, I haven't disclosed mine, but yeah, my 3 are. Oh my god, I've just had the brain fart. Yeah, like Jack Henry. So we're actually in sync with our 3 and a 2. I'm Jack Henry and Ollie Dempsey, but my 1 goes to Brian Myers. I just think he didn't back down all day. He still executed his passes. And there you go. Shadou's just jumped in to support me there. Throw the 1 to Myers.
Actually, you swayed me. I will go 1 with the Brian. You're right. I'll sway that.
He just kept playing the game.
Yeah.
He didn't back down from a contest. Laced out his targets. Was let down by some of his teammates at different points, which was a shame.
Yeah.
But played a really good game. So
yeah, I'll swing that. You're right. You swung me there. I'll give the 1 to Brian. Yeah.
And if I was to throw what am I looking for? An honorable mention to anyone? I'm going to throw it like he obviously, statistically speaking, had a putrid day. He's the Coleman medalist and didn't kick a goal. But I'm going to throw a little half vote to Jeremy Cameron because despite everything he was going through, the way he approached the day, like that's leadership. Was it a responsible decision? Maybe was it the best for the team? I don't know, but he just threw himself at that game. He obviously and best exemplified with the tackle on what's his name? Jasper Fletcher. Like that was leadership. That was desperation. And I just wish the players saw that, like everyone else on the list saw that moment and have gone, I wish that they had looked at it and gone, this bloke's got 1 arm and he did that. Why can't I step up and
let's go
do what's required of me? And unfortunately, there was just too many passengers.
Yeah. If it was any other game, he would have been subbed out. It's only because it was grand final.
Absolutely. Grand final,
all or
you had to
nothing.
give it.
Yeah,
had to give
all
it a
in or
chance.
nothing.
Yeah, no,
that's the only reason he wasn't subbed out. Yeah. It was obviously under duress. So, yeah. But, yeah, bitterly disappointing. I was looking forward to going to the Arca Bar, and I would have been celebrating like hell, and now I get to save a bit of dough.
We're commiserating
not doing
now.
that.
No.
Yeah. And you're my therapist.
I do what I can.
For now.
I'm not accredited, so you're off the hook. You don't need to pay me.
And yeah, I just moved in, so money's a little bit tight at the moment anyway, as it always is when you first move in.
So we'll save what we can.
Yeah.
In some respects, not the worst thing that we lost. We've saved good money.
Yep. Well, I got
And
my big
horrible in
freeze
every other
now
respect.
beanie on. I got my big freeze beanie on as opposed to the other beanie.
Oh yeah,
That's
I see.
now in the wash. That's now in the wash.
Got to keep rotating him through.
Yeah. Well, the other gear is in the wash now, so that's that. Yeah. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you for coming on. Thank you as always for being a constant in the chat and sharing all the thoughts over the course of the day and the season. And thanks for sticking around, because I know you've been lingering for the last few hours before getting your spots. So very much appreciated.
Yeah, next year I'll get a laptop and things will be a little bit more sophisticated. But for now, this is all the best I can do.
Mate, your phone battery made it to the end, so we got there. Go charge it up.
It's on 15% now. It's been on charge, but it's just been losing more power than it's getting.
But also sitting idling in these things, but also charging at the same time. That phone must be burning.
It's been on charge, yeah. It's been dropping from like 60 to 20, and now it's on 15.
We got there. So thanks very much for coming on board. And
we made it, yes.
And we'll chat soon enough, I'm sure.
Yeah, sweet.
Look after yourself.
Thank you very
Chat
much.
soon.
Yeah, take it easy. Cheers.
Yeah,
commiserations, everyone.
All right. We've got one more guest for the night, and he's also been incredibly patient. Horatio, how are you doing, mate? I've been watching you off screen in the meantime. I've seen the cigarette. I've seen you punching a few darts.
Karaoke, the works, mate. The works.
Karaoke.
I was just halfway through Ween's Piss Up a Rope as that ended. So
the last 5 minutes or so, I was like, I don't know if he's there or not. It looked like your screen was frozen. So
I might have been frozen, mate.
It might have been that you flicked away, so it's fine. No big deal. Talk to me, mate. Where's your head at? We've had hours to stew on this now, both of us.
Well, look, let me just qualify anything I say here tonight about anything anybody said or anything like that. I've had a lot of beers.
Quite a few personalities under your belt now.
Yeah, so yeah, what was it? What was it my rallies called them? Contemplations. Contemplations. Yeah.
I tend to think of it as personalities because they tend to really enhance my personality, but my wife might say different. As I learned, actually, so like I've been pretty disciplined on the beers for the last little while. Our Brownlow stream the other night, I knocked back my 6-pack, which is outside of like big functions and stuff, the most I've had in a long time. I haven't been drinking at home in ages now. Went inside, went to bed. I got told by my wife the next morning that I sat up and basically shouted at her about the VFL for about 15 minutes in my sleep. So I'm like, I don't even follow the VFL. The team's been out of the finals for 3 weeks. What is all this? But apparently
I'm just fortunate that my business...
and I've gotten a message, by the way, that says, and I'll read it. It says, "Dear Paul, if you broadcast anything in my ear hole tonight in your sleep, you'll be sleeping in the cubby house. Hope you've got a sleeping bag. Sincerely, irritated wife. This is a warning.
Mate,
the
you
message.
didn't look.
So,
no, I can't have that, mate. You didn't go to the game today. You did the family thing.
I should have credits in the bank.
Look, I got
another birthday party tomorrow. Oh my God.
And it has to be said, if you don't have credits in the bank, this podcast would have a fair bit to do with that. Super chats and all, like, you know, look, I understand it is hard.
She did say, like, when the belief was that maybe we're going to win this thing, she goes, "You start that stream at 6 o'clock because there could be drunken money flying around left, right, and center." I said, "I just want to be there with the community. It's our last chance."
So she's like, yeah.
Now she's gone.
I don't know if you.
Which is why I keep making the therapist joke. She said, "Go be their therapist. Do what you got to do."
I don't know if your missus is watching this now or watches it later or whatever, but
she definitely won't watch it later. But the fact that it was a very pointed comment about broadcasting anything to the ear holes while she was sleeping probably makes me think that she's seen me on camera with a few beers. So to my wife, if you're watching, I love you dearly, and if I have to sleep in the kids' cubby tonight,
I don't want to incriminate you, dude. I don't want to get you. Look,
we just won't talk about the VFL.
I'm in the fortunate position where, like, that particular night, and look, I'm glad Kingy just got to get on and have his thing because he didn't seem to be real happy with me the other night, so I'm glad he got to have his moment.
The three of us probably spoke over him a little bit much the other night.
Well, the pro, he said it in the comment. I sort of said, "Look, mate, I'm sorry if I sort of was cutting in on you, but I think because he was a newcomer," he said, "Oh, look, I didn't realise my connection wasn't great and I wasn't coming through particularly clearly, so I think that made it a bit hard." But you know, we were all kind of right into it, so it wasn't the best time. And I wasn't expecting you to do, like, you usually don't like having people in. On
no, I don't know
at all, and then we go like a 4-way. It's like with three and three of the four of us like to talk. It's like
I don't like the sound of my own voice. What are you talking about?
Oh, hey, I'm worse than you, so they.
I've got the platform that I can take advantage of whenever I choose. But yes, no.
Why do you think Ben is asking you to do it and not me? And you're like, yeah. Anyway, like, seriously, just I don't. I know, just really, if I was disappointed about anything today, I just think that I don't think the margin in the end, I don't know, maybe it was a true reflection of the game. I'm not sure that it was.
It was a reflection of the second half. It was a reflection of the second half.
Look.
Which is fair because the scores were level at halftime, right? So
there was a point of difference with like 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. We were in that game, you know, with like for my, I think my basic assessment in the end was that I think the downside of the day was that the guys that needed to do the business didn't do the business today. And unfortunate but the flip side of that is that I think our young blokes were the ones that really carried the can today and kept us in it. I think that's a real huge positive for us today. They were awesome today. Most of the vast majority. I would say the majority of them were like they're all like all of my votes today were our young blokes, and I was just really impressed that they were the ones that had the composure and made the most of opportunities today and really did a lot of the hard work. And it was the guys that, you would expect to do the bulk of the work just weren't there today. And that was what found us out in the end. When the game was there to be won, their key players stepped up and
ours wilted.
And ours didn't. And it wasn't like, but that was the thing. It wasn't even that they wilted. They hadn't been in the game.
Yeah.
Like I was sort of in the watch along, the jumper punches watch along today, and Bocek at the start of the game, he said, "Look, I think Brisbane's got another gear that they can go to, and that's what's going to win them the game." And the way that you sort of look, if you looked at that game, and he sort of said, "Well, this is what I said was going to happen," and I said to him, like, I don't think it was a case of another gear. It's just our young blokes were the ones doing all the work and keeping us in the game, and the experienced guys that needed to do the business that hadn't really done anything all day.
They weren't getting anywhere near it. Yeah.
They were the one, like, we had room to lift, and they didn't. And they didn't. And look, I don't want to name names because I don't want to make like I'm taking pot shots at blokes. But there were guys that have been really consistent all year and have played certain roles and done certain things and just did not. And I'm not talking about the Irish boys either, in saying that when I talk about playing roles and stuff like that, I'm not talking about the Irish boys. I thought, they did as well as could be expected when our other blokes just were not getting into the game. And yeah, that was the disappointing thing for me, was that those guys just did not step up when it mattered. But the flip side is that the guys that are going to be carrying us forward into the next era were the ones that did step up.
Which is a positive going into, for the future.
And I was really, really impressed with, guys that could have been, guys that could have been excused for not being at their best, or, getting found out in the heat or whatever, were the ones that stood up, and it was the senior blokes that let them down. And, certain people are going to talk about coaching and stuff like that. The only thing I think that was an issue today was sort of how Jai Clark ended up getting caught one-on-one with Charlie Cameron in the forward line when that wasn't what
occasions. Yeah.
Well, that's not what he's there for. Like, he's not in the team to be playing as a one-on-one defender with their small forward.
No, I'd agree. And look, that happened because Zach Bailey was giving him a bath early on. Don't get me wrong. I thought Jai Clark played a pretty good game, especially for where he's at in his development. But Zach Bailey gave him a bath early on, and we were lucky that Zach Bailey missed a few shots. And then he got, as you just alluded to, like, he got stuck on Charlie Cameron, and Charlie Cameron got him in an aerial contest on a few occasions as well. Like, he was running on top of the ground by that stage too. So
the thing with Jai, I thought Jai Clark was one of our best players today.
Agreed.
I thought like whatever Zach Bailey was doing, he was setting the tone the other way, and he was picking up the slack for
the others.
What other guys Like, he should have been there to sort of top it off, not he's the one. Why? It's like I'm like, why is Jai Clark the one setting the tone here?
Yeah.
Like, he's basically like the most inexperienced bloke on the bloody paddock, and yet, you know, he's the one having to do all this
He's the
work.
one trying to drive the standards. Yeah.
Right. And I thought his ball use today was much better than it was in the Hawthorn game. But it's like he ended up getting caught in positions where he was. They're not the positions he was in the side to be in.
Yeah.
Because other guys weren't pulling their weight. And that was the disappointing thing, was just, you know, you could talk about coaching and tactics and all this sort of thing. And, you know, I think in hindsight,
I think it's so much simpler than that in the end. I think it's just, as you've said, players didn't show up.
Yeah. And I, you know, people can sort of bitch about, like, you know, I don't think there was anything. Well, I mean, where I got concerned was when they started flashing up the tackle stats, and they'd had twice as many tackles as us, even though I thought our pressure was okay. I thought we're not hitting them and physically intimidating them like we did in the first game. Like, and they were fumbly and the door was open there. Like, we had the run of play for extended periods of time, but that's when you need your experienced blokes to take control of the game. And it just did not happen. And it just, time and time again, it was those younger blokes who were having to do a lot of the hard work and sort of hold the fort. It's like, so, you know, you could talk about, like, I don't know, it's easy to say these things in hindsight, but I think, you know, even though it's sort of, you think, oh, bring Reece in for Tommy and all that, it never, we all know it's like, Reece plays well against the good ruckman. Against what he was coming up against today, that's not his day.
Yep.
And
not
as
to
it
mention,
pans out,
he was undercooked anyway. Like, he wasn't ready to go, clearly.
Now, I'm not saying that Jed Hughes would have been necessarily any better prepared necessarily.
I am.
But well, okay. Well, I am saying that.
No, that's all right. But I've been banging that drum for ages, so that's all right. I can fall on the sword for anyone.
Hey, you know, I'm a justice for Jed guy, and like, that was the thing. Jai Clark would not have got caught out in those situations he did when they got a run on if Jed Hughes had been out there.
Yeah.
Well,
he just wouldn't have had to play that position in the ground anyway.
Right, and that's what he would have been in there to do. But yeah, like, I'm not blaming Reece by any stretch. He had a bad day, but he wasn't alone.
And he wasn't set up to succeed either.
No, it's just. I think ultimately the thing was that the way the ruck situation was working, with Blitz being the main guy, and like I say, you know, you sort of think, oh, well, you know, Tommy's out, you know. I mean, my thing was just like, look, you know, we'd probably got an extra tall, you know, we probably had one too many tall defenders down there anyway. Get Jed in there. He'll sort Charlie Cameron out, who's done nothing for months.
Suddenly he plays a blinder.
Right, because we had no one down there really to play on him. And, So
I mean, yeah, Brisbane's tall, to your point, Brisbane's Talls kicked 1 goal for the game, which is exactly the same as us, by the way. It just wasn't a tall forward game in the end. Shannon Neal kicked the 1 for us, and Logan Morris kicked 1 for them, and that's it.
Right, but we didn't have that dude to take care of and probably where we could have used, we could have used a bit of additional rebound. Yeah. But, look, I think that's the only... They took a risk with their selection. We took a risk with ours. Theirs worked. Ours didn't, believe it or not. But, it just really comes down to, we just had way, way too many passengers today. And, as I say, it's bitterly disappointing. And, a lot of those guys will know exactly who they are. And unfortunately, it was some of our most consistent performers this year who sort of it's not even just they let us down, but they let themselves down today, and they'll know that. But fortunately, a lot of it was the young blokes who really kept us in it.
Yeah.
Gave at least put us in a position where we could step up. And, just disappointing that we were found wanting when it mattered. But make no mistake, we got beat by a bloody good football side today.
Absolutely. Who's only going to get better, which is disgusting.
Well, so are we. I'm not thinking about what they're doing. Like we need
to think about us. But I am worried that my feeling is that the ceiling on Brisbane is higher than our ceiling. And that is a combination of those who are coming in the door, but also those who are already there and are contributing very well, but are also at a very, very early stage of their career. And of course, I am thinking about the Ashcrofts, and I'm thinking about Fletcher and those guys. Then I'm thinking about your Oscar Allens that come in the door now. Of course, his body is subject to failure at any given moment. Draper coming in the door. They're getting a top 5 draft pick in Dan Annable. Like it's wild. And that's with all of these blokes that route. And, we're talking about a Brisbane Lions team who won the flag comfortably in the end without, and I'm just going to throw a few names at you. Like Tom, now admittedly he's back-to-back ACLs. Who knows if he'll ever be the same player, but Tom Dode, sorry. We're talking about
Kitty Coleman's the main one.
Yeah, Kitty Coleman's in there.
I
think he's woefully overrated in some corners, but of course, big Eric Spudwood was out as well. Like
Coleman's the one for me. Like, he's basically missed 2 whole years of football, and you look at how he plays the game.
Yeah,
to slot him off half back into their system, it's like Jesus. Like he great decision maker, great user of the footy, and he breaks things open.
He's got guys like Noah Ransworth and those sorts of guys who didn't play, missed the back half of the season as well. Hell, Jack Payne as a key defender was out. Like, it's just, and they're going to add 2 established, at the very least, very good footballers.
See, I think
top tier draft pick. Like, it's.
I think the thing with them is not so much what they're going to add. It's how much are they going to give up to get these guys in?
I can't remember about
like,
Draper, but Allen is a free agent.
But like what you're rolling off there, it's like, well, they're basically going to pull these guys in for 2/10 of fuck all, basically. So.
I can't remember about Draper, but I know Allen is a free agent. Starcevic might the talk around the traps prior to today. I don't know what Starcevic's
He's
concussion is
cooked,
going to
mate.
do to his chances.
He's cooked. I think he played his last Starcevic. I think he played his last game today. To be honest,
I would imagine
that
so
guy-
as well.
that-
But the talk was he was
that-
about to
that-
play his last game anyway. He was about to head off to West Coast for a giant fat stack of cash. Now he might just be.
No,
done.
I think he's in the same position as McGovern. Like
Yeah.
he copped a slight whack today, and he was done.
Yeah, there wasn't much to that bump, and yet he was done.
Yeah, he's one of these ones. It's like he gets a slight tap in the head. He's concussed and he's fucked. So yeah, I don't think he's.
is also supposedly going to be on the way out. He played quite well for him today, but like they're not losing top flight players, but they're bringing in some good ones.
But let's just we do the same. We're the best. Like we're the best at it. We're the best
at that. Yeah.
Like the thing is, they're getting plum. They're getting plum. They're getting plum picks. Like they're getting. They're like with their academy and the way that's set up. It's like they're getting guys that are ready, almost ready made, just walking straight in. And of course, you're going to get free agents that want to go and play for your club. We're in the same boat. What we do better than them is pull guys out of out of thin air.
Yep.
Like guys that are nowhere. It's like, how the hell did they know about this bloke?
Yeah, and obviously your examples, your Lawson Humphreys identifying a Sean Manor. Now, admittedly, Sean Manor was starting to build a bit of a profile through the VFL, but we picked him. And there's several others that kind of fit that bill. I mean, what we did with Max Holmes.
Half of our team are pretty much guys that other teams weren't prepared to take a swing on, that we identified that they had certain traits.
Oh, Russia's just fallen out. I'll give him a minute to see if he pops in. I might loop him at the same time because, funnily enough, just as I was thinking, we might be done after Horatio. Oh, hang on, here he is. Scratch all that. I'll introduce our next guest once Horatio's done.
Oh, sorry about that. I just accidentally hit the wrong button.
But we've just had a guest pop into the background here that I've never seen before in Postgame Live, so I'm very excited for this conversation. So, but we'll get there. Keep going first.
But yeah, it's easy to look, it's easy to look over the fence and say, oh, well, they've won back-to-backs and they're going to add this bloke and they're going to add that bloke and la, la, la. But, we're not too bad at that ourselves. And,
no, we do it well.
I think I do believe that, the core, like in 6 or 7 years' time, I think the guys that you would think are going to be the core of our next great era, all played well today, all held up. So
they showed a bit.
With the exception of Scratch, who had an absolute stinker today. I'm not going to defend him today. He was horrible.
Yeah, I can't even defend him today. I mean, he didn't get helped. The delivery inside 50 was shit as well, but no, he allowed himself to play. He played behind Harris Andrews too often, and clearly he got that talking to from Scotty at 3/4 time. Like the commentary team's kind of picked up on, the cameras picked up on it. I think I'm pretty sure that was a bit of a bake, but it didn't have any impact either. The game was already done.
Well, the ball didn't get down there for him to be able to do anything in the last quarter.
And it was just all Ollie Dempsey in the last quarter anyway. So
he just like in the first, we played in the first time, Harris Andrews, he kind of kept, Harris Andrews still sort of tried to do his thing, but he competed.
They broke even.
And he didn't get a lot of touches, he kicked a great goal, but he worked really, really hard. Today, he did not work hard. he's just standing there. He was like in that third quarter, I counted at least three times, possibly 4, where he was just standing there looking at it. I'm like, dude, you
Get on your bike.
You can't do that against these guys. Like, you've got to bring, like, if you don't bring it against this mob, they will do a dance on you, and they did a dance on us. And yeah, it was. I don't know. I hope the thing that drives us in the off season is that, with what 5-10 minutes to go in the third quarter, it's like a point of difference. The game is there to be won, and a lot of these guys that and guys that have been consistent all year, and have done the job, just didn't get it done today.
Yeah.
And I just hope that they go away and that just, like what happened, it's like, I will say this to everybody that's watching now. What happened, like, I don't want to compare what happened today to 2008 in the sense that, we had 2008 in our keeper year. We shot ourselves in the foot.
Yeah.
And, they
took the opportunity. It was right there.
They made us pay for it. Whereas today, it was a bit more closely fought, I think. And yeah, we had control of the game and didn't, guys just didn't step up when we were controlling the game. We just needed a couple of guys to just take over. It didn't happen. Agreed. But what did happen in 2008 is that the group as a whole, they knew they'd fucked up. They knew they'd blown it. And I remember, like, I think we won when the pre-season sort of tournament still, I think we won it. But I was like, who cares? I don't care. I don't care about anything that happens between round 1 and September. Like, none of this matters. Because what happened in 2008 is, we're belting sides by 100 points in June. And we, like, come half-time of the bloody qualifying final, our form started to go backwards. And blokes are getting injured and, sort of, we lost all that form that we had all year. You could see it just wasn't there. And that just, I don't care what happens for the rest of this year. We've just got to do what we've got to do to get back to the finals. And once September hits, we're going to be cherry ripe. And that was the year, of course, when we played that classic game against St Kilda in the middle of the year where they were undefeated. We were undefeated. And then I think we went like 6-4 for the rest of the year or something like that. And everyone's like, oh, we're fucked. We're screwed. I'm like, fellas, we're foxing. Like, we're just trying to make sure that we don't make the same mistake that we did last year where
they learned their lesson.
We're like, we don't want to be hitting peak form right now. We want to be hitting peak form in September. So we want to make sure all of our blokes are cherry ripe and ready to go. And we were just rotating. We were starting to rotate blokes through, rest guys and all of that. We lost some games against, final sides. And, a lot of the people that I was sort of watching games at the time, like, oh, we're screwed. It's like, no, we're not. You just watch. And when I woke up on the Saturday morning of that first final that year, I was like, I've been waiting for this day all year. And if I'm feeling like this today, I'm guaranteeing you that every single one of those players is feeling exactly the same way that I'm feeling turned up to 11. And I looked at the odds that day, and we were outsiders against Footscray that day. And I unloaded my entire betting account, thousands of dollars, to double up on us winning that day, and it was over at quarter time. Like, the margin flattered them in the end, and I'm like, yeah, this is what I'm waiting for. And I've got the feeling that there's a few blokes in that side today that are going to, when they look back at this game, are going to say, we just did not put our best foot forward. You know, we're better than that. Like, I didn't give a yelp today, and that's just going to eat them all year.
I hope so.
So I feel like the fact that a lot of our important players did not stand up today is just gonna gnaw away all off season, and they're gonna come out next year just champing at the bit to just
get a bit of redemption.
Get another crack. I really, and you know, let's look at it. We missed out by a couple of goals at the death last year on getting in against this mob. They ended up blowing us out of the water in the last quarter today when, you know, we were pretty close for, you know, most of the game. So, you know, I just think the spur is there for a lot of these guys to want to just go just that little bit more. But it's hard. It's
hard to do it. It's real hard to do it.
Well, I don't think it's about us. We'll be there because we're always there, and you know I think the commitments would be there whether we won or lost today. We you know, I think where our side's at the moment, we'd be back there one way or the other. But you know, looking like as you were saying earlier, with what Brisbane looks like they're going to be adding to their side, they're going to be there too. Yeah. So the bottom line is, our fellas have to go away and have a look at it. And like Luke's is bloody bitching about the coach all day and stuff like that. It's like, geez, dude, you know, this what we're seeing today is not about coaching.
Yep.
This is not a coaching thing. Just we got guys that just haven't done the business today. Like, what else can he do?
And you're obviously in that Discord, so you've seen that conversation. Like and saw that I just said, mate, don't come on board. Like tonight wasn't the night for Lucas's agenda.
No, look, and I like it's bitterly disappointing when like it never feels good when you lose a grand final. I was saying to me missus earlier, I'm like, the worst thing about it is it's like in the time we've been following Geelong, we've made 11 grand finals for 4 wins. We're 4-7. Whereas Hawthorn in the same time are 9-13. When they get in, they win them. When we get in, we tend not to win it. Unless like we've really only won probably one flag, and that was in 2009, where we've gone in where I don't think we were the best side in it. 2011, people say, well, we didn't finish top, but we beat Collingwood
every time we played them that year.
We beat them by 16 goals in the last round. They weren't winning that granny. So this is the thing. Like, we tend to have to be clearly the best side in the competition going into grand final to win it. Whereas Hawthorn, they tend to fucking win them when they get there, regardless. And that's, you know, that's hard to stomach. And I can understand, you know, I can understand all that, but you know, yeah, there may
as Jackie and Shadu were saying in the chat, it's just time to fold the club. Like just shut the doors. We're not up to it. They're joking. They are taking the piss.
No,
time to merge with the dogs. Shadu says, "We'll take Bont. We'll take Bont. They've all got to come to us. We're not rebranding. They just got to send their best players to us. We'll pick and choose who we want. That's it. So Bont, Sam Darcy.
If look, honestly, if we merge with them tomorrow, and
Bont will
took
finally
their
win a
best
Brownlow.
guys, we win the next 5 flags.
Bont will finally win a Brownlow too.
Jesus, oh, God! If we could take like their best 10 guys, my Lord, can you imagine that? Like even like some of their older bloke. Could you imagine like slotting Libber into the middle of that, putting Libber in our midfield, a freaking clearance beast into our midfield right now?
You picked Libber because Shadu's just gone delist Libber.
Oh, jeez! If he just said, "Bugger this, I'm going to play for Geelong for a year," and he come over next year, my Lord. Like he is a freaking monster but yeah, I just, you can sort of argue the point all you want, but we showed we know what to do, and we have the system to sort of adapt to various kinds of play, and we had control of the game. Like, that's the thing. We had the game on our terms for an extended period of time, but the guys that needed to be in control of the situation weren't the guys that were playing well and sort of getting us into that situation, and they didn't sort of come along for the ride once we were there. And in the end, that's where we lost the game. And I don't, and if those guys are not doing the job, there is nothing the coach could do. Like, there's not, like, I thought Chris Scott did almost everything he could bloody do today, but the players there's a half dozen senior players that really and a couple of young guys that really let him down today, and the rest of us. But more, for me as a supporter, it's like, well, that's how it goes. But I think there's some blokes that'll be doing a bit of, they'll know who they are. And there'll be a fair bit of soul searching amongst the boys tonight. And and that's what's good. I think that's what's good about how we are as a club, is that we're prepared to take ownership, take some responsibility for, hey, I didn't play well today, I let you down, and we'll I'm gonna come back. And I'm going to be better. I'm going to do everything I can to be better next time, and have that, and say, I lost a bit of trust today, and I'm going to do whatever I can do to regain that trust. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see these two sides back at it again in the grand final again next year.
Yeah, possibly. That's depressing or concerning, or I don't know how. Well, right now it's those, but maybe in a few months that'll be a really exciting prospect. We'll see how we go. Sorry, go for it.
Look, it's when you play last quarter like we did today. Like that was the most disappointing thing to me, is that I feel like we turned it up a bit. Look, the game's got away from us, but like, please, don't let them do a dance on us, because we're better than this, and a lot of us have played better than this today. than for them to just go on and win 3, 4 or 5 goals. I can cop that, but for it to get to the point that it got to today, it's like they weren't that. I don't think they were that much better than us today. We just we kind of just turned it up, and that was disappointing. But that's always hard to walk away from as a supporter. But no, I think. On the whole, I think there was still some positives to walk away with, and they look like they're going to get better, but I think we'll also do the same. So,
round 2.
I would love this time next year to be in the same position to take them on again and give a better account of ourselves, because I certainly think we didn't do that today. And I would like another crack at him for sure.
No, that's fair. Before we wrap things up, I'll get a quick 3, 2, 1 from you in terms of your players from the Cats tonight. Who was our best performed? And then we'll bring it
I'll
home.
give 3 to Ollie.
Yep.
I thought even before he threw a couple of junk timers in there, he worked his ass off all day and tried to create. I think he was one of the few guys that repeated his role from the first week of the finals, where he just really worked and was dangerous for the entire 4 quarters. I give it 2 to Lawes. I thought he really withstood a lot of pressure today and showed a lot of poise where some of his more senior teammates did not. And look, he hasn't sort of, I think it's been not. I don't know what I want to call it criticism, but I think the consensus I sort of felt was that people thought he kind of stagnated a bit from what he's bursting out of the blocks last year, and he was kind of he hadn't really gone forward. Well, today he took a huge leap forward, because he was easily our most consistent and dangerous rebounder out of defence today. And 1 vote. It's a tricky one, but I'm going to give it to another young bloke, and I'm going to give it to Connor O'Sullivan.
Nice.
I thought he stood up in big moments today, and yes, he got hung out to dry by senior teammates
on a couple of occasions.
In the end, which is unfortunate. But geez, he looked a bit like Harry Taylor at times during the course of today, taking big marks when it mattered, making important defensive plays, played far above his experience level.
No, he really shone brightly.
I thought today. And I want to give a shout out to Baz. I thought they tagged him, but he never stopped working all day long. He just, a few of the blokes around him let him down. But I thought he had a crack all day long.
No, that's fair. I do have, before we wrap it up, where did we go? I was looking for the message. Sam has asked, because you didn't want to name some of the players who really let us down. You didn't want to name names on the other side of the spectrum. Do us a favor and throw one of those names out there. No context, just drop a bomb and we'll.
Oh, look, I really don't want to.
Who was the biggest stinker?
The biggest. Jeez. I don't want to say stinker.
Okay, sorry, it's just a nice one to roll off the
All
tongue.
right, all right.
Who's off the boil the most today?
Look, I don't know. I paid a fair bit of attention on the basis that I had some money on him to do something today. But compared to how he's played in the finals so far this year,
It's the skipper.
and no, look, no. Look, I'll say this about Danger. It's weird. Last week he played like he sort of did in the first 8 or so, however long in that first part of the season before he got injured. And then today he played like he did in the next 6 weeks afterwards, where he was trying to do all the right things, but in the end he just ended up like hurting teammates, spoiling marks, trying to do too much. Yeah, he overplayed it today. But he was the guy I think was, I'm loath to say this name because I know he had a crack, but geez, he just did not have the game that one he's had in both finals, but for most of the year. I think Tom Atkins was a guy that just did not have the impact. He did not have the impact today and I don't know, I'd have to go back and have a look at the game, but I think they made sure today that he couldn't hit the packs as hard as he's been hitting them. And every possession he got today, he was under the pump. He got nothing today. And he could not find a way. I think they put some work into him today. I identified that he was the guy, hey, he set the tone last time. He was the one that was hitting the packs. You give him a bit of space. He actually, he's a sneaky good user of the football. We can't let this guy have anything today. And everything he did today was under the pump. He could not hit the packs. He could not get a clean posse. And because we had guys that were kind of trying to work their own ways into the game, we couldn't. Like, usually he doesn't need any help to get into the game. He can get himself into the game. But because I think they sort of said, hey, you can't let this guy get a clear run at it today. I would say he struggled, but he had nowhere near the usual impact that he's had in both finals previously and for most of the year.
Yeah, look, I can see some merit in it. There's other things that I'll push back on when it comes to him. Like, he had 16 contested possessions, more than anyone else on the ground, 10 clearances, more than equal, I think, most on the ground. His disposal efficiency, he was going at about 75%. Sorry, not about, he was going at 75%, I should say. Like, there's plenty of good data points in there for him, but he did find himself in possession in the wrong parts of the ground. He wasn't able to drive it forward in the same ways he would normally. And for all that he got 10 clearances, for all that he got those contested possessions, he got 174 meters gained. So there's some merit to what you're saying.
All I'm saying is that I'm not saying he had there's never been a game where Tom Atkins hasn't gone out there and left everything on the table. But today, what he's done for us all year, he was not allowed to do that today. And the areas where he usually hurts teams, he didn't get the opportunity. He did not get the opportunity to do that today. And that I think him not having the sorts of game, like being able to do the things that he's done for most of this year, that was a big factor in why why we ended up not being able to get the job done. Now, I'm not blaming him. What I will say is that the fact that I think Brisbane identified him, like we're talking about, well, he's going to do this and he's going to do that, but the fact that I think they identified him as a danger player, as like, hey, everyone talks about Max Holmes, Bailey Smith, these guys. Remember when we were talking about it after the Brownlow show?
Yeah.
After the Brownlow. I'm like, how many Brownlow votes did Tom Atkins get this year? 3 votes.
3.
It's like, I'm just as happy to have Tom Atkins in our midfield as I would be to have Matt Rowley, because he really hasn't been that, I don't think, that far below him in the impact he has, because I don't think people understand how well he actually uses the football. We all know how hard he is at the contest and things like that. So I think I'm pretty sure none of the Brisbane guys were listening to the bullshit I was coming out with on Monday night. But they certainly identified that, hey, this guy
could be the difference if he gets his act together. Like if he's
this guy embarrassed us in the first week of the finals. We're not going to let him do that again. So, but the beautiful thing with a guy like Tom Atkins is, he's going to know within himself that he wasn't able to play the game he wanted to play today. Even though he had a crack, he's going to know, and he is going to come out next year, and he's the sort of guy that is just going to eat at him.
Yeah.
It's going to eat at him, and he's just going to be waiting for September, and he's going to go, I believe he will go to another level again. And maybe he'll get some Brownlow votes next year. I bloody hope he does.
Bit of reward for effort.
For sure.
Well, sorry, external recognition, I should say, for effort.
Well, we know how good he is, but I think honestly, I think it took till today for the opposition to work out, hey, this bloke's not just a bloody, yeah. It's like he's a little bit better than just a bit of a hard nosed battler. So yeah.
No, they paid him. They paid him the respect he deserved, and it bit us on the ass.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, unfortunately, it's one of those things where, as I was saying to me, missus, I think part of the thing today, too, it's not rocket science, I guess, but it's like, if you got certain guys that don't play well, it tends to flow on into other guys, and there are certain players that will bring other players into the game, and yeah, we just had too many passages today that in the end, once they lifted, we just didn't. The guys we needed to be doing the business weren't doing the business, and yeah, but it's a bit like 2008. It was 3 goals a diff at 3/4 time. If we were good enough, the game was still there to be won, and we weren't. So, but we'll be back. We'll be back.
100%. Looking forward to it. It just feels like it's going to be a long 6 months before we're back at it again. But very much looking forward to it, and looking forward to chatting to you more about all this in the days, weeks, months, and years to come. So thanks for coming on board, mate.
Hunger.
Yeah, bring that, and then we can go all the way next year.
Yes,
mate. Thanks very much for coming on board. It's been a pleasure as always. And yeah, like I said, look forward to doing it again in the new season.
Yes, good to talk to you. Unfortunate about the result today, but go
Context
Cats.
Sucks, but we'll do it all again. Thanks, mate. I'll see you later.
All right, bye.
Now, I made a little discovery here before, and I can see the camera moving. I've not spoken to this individual all year outside of through the chat. Are you ready to go, Bussy? Oh, I'm seeing the light. I'm seeing some light from a smoke. He's on the move. He's in. Bussy, can we hear you?
Yep. Can you hear me, mate?
I can hear you. Welcome aboard. It's good to. Oh, and now you're frozen. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
There, got you now. Talk to me. We've
All
been
right. All I
all
want to
year.
say-
It's just been the chat, and we've been having a lot of fun. And I've always gotten a chuckle at the name. And I reckon you might need to turn your Wi-Fi thing off a little bit because maybe it's intermittently trying to connect to the house or something like that. But talk to me about the game. Where's your head at? The man, the myth, the legend, the real man, myth, and legend, Bussy.
Look, the better team won. What can we do? We fucked up. We weren't there. Second half. My God, my wife was screaming at me. I'm not going to go into it, but look, at the end of the day, it does not matter. We can get back there again. This is not the end. For any Cats fan who thinks like
board it up and shut
whatever.
the joint down. Sack Chris Scott, sack Shannon Neal. Lucas,
We're not done. No, this is good. We have a good setup. It just wasn't our day. We can do it any other day of the week. That just wasn't our day.
Yeah. It wasn't, yeah. I mean, been talking about this thing for nearly 4 hours now, and I still don't even know where to start when it comes to kind of trying to pull it apart. It's
Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about the future. Okay?
Oh, all right.
Like, I don't care about Marshall. I don't care about Kerno. I don't care about Warple. We're good as we are. We're a good team. We're going to get it done. We're going to be back there again next year. So anyone who has any doubt in us, piss off. We are going to be back in the finals next year. I don't care what happens. Like, even if Danger goes, no big deal. We'll find a way. This is what we do. This is what we've done for 20 years. We're going to be there.
Oh, you there?
Sorry, I'll get the light on again. Oh, there
Don't
we
stress.
go.
You're internet, like you're a man of mystery right now.
But
not Austin Power style, but or maybe.
No, we'll be there. No, if only. But no, we'll be there. We're a good team. Better than most.
Yeah.
And look, I said it. I said it in the Discord. Like, we beat Hawthorn in a prelim, so it hasn't been a bad year. We've done okay, you know.
Yeah, I think if the pass mark is winning a grand final, then I think the perspectives of some people need to change. I understand that when you look at the backdrop and you go, okay, all these prelims, like sure, and once you get to the big dance, you've given yourself that opportunity. You want to win it, but that's just not. It's not how this goes, right? There's always got to be a winner. There's always got to be a loser. And sometimes you're on the wrong side of the ledger at the end of the day.
Yeah. Could have been better, but first half was good, you know. Why not? That was good.
First half was the most, like statistically and the eye test, was the most even first half of football I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's kind of
the second
mean.
half just was not
me being on after Horatio.
You there? I think I lost you for a sec, mate.
Yeah. Still here,
Oh, there you
still
go.
here,
Yeah.
mate.
It's getting a bit pensive there. I want to, obviously, let's not lose too much time to the game itself. You've been this mystery in the chat all year, and at the very last second, there you are. This is fantastic.
Yeah.
Tell me a bit about yourself.
What do you want to know, Paul? Oh, by the way, Paul, you do look very handsome, as always.
Thank you. I don't know. Where are you based? Where'd the love of the cats come from? Where did it all begin? Well, let's not go back that far, but yeah.
Okay, love of the cats. I was born in 1988, grew up. During the Gary Ablett years, Mum was from Geelong. She had 6 older brothers. So, yeah.
Well and truly entrenched.
Ride or die. Go do it. Just go do it. Yeah.
But at the same time,
sadly,
kind of brought up to experience
it's
a lot
kind
of
of disappointing.
losing from the cats.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what I
a
said.
lot of victories, I should say, but a lot of losses at the big dance.
Yeah, well, so what I said to my wife earlier today was, after we lost, I said, like, yeah, I'm used to it. It's fine. It's okay. We'll get there another year. It's not our year. Give it 2 or 3 more years. We'll be fine. It's going to be okay. Don't stress.
Still never fun. Never fun.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to going into work on Monday.
Yeah, I had a few group chats start from colleagues that added me into it post game, and I've just been so far I've ignored those. But there's a bit of tall poppy syndrome, and they know that I do a whole lot of content stuff, so they know I'm pretty vocal about all this, and I'm an easy target right now.
Oh, it's gonna happen. But
shout out
I'm
to old mate
embrace
Guinea season before, so who was being a dickhead in there and rightly pointed out. Oh no, were you there at the very beginning of the stream tonight?
Me?
Yeah, were you there for the first few minutes?
Oh no, don't think so. I was beside myself
right.
for a long time.
Enjoy the first 5 minutes when I
think
jumped on a few dickheads who'd been popping up in the chat. Mainly Hawthorn supporters who are having a bit of fun, so good bit of theatre.
No, Paul, I think what we need to do as Cats fans is just, admit it wasn't our night and just we can go further. Like we got here, we can get back again.
I think you've worked me out enough to know that I'm not that hostile sort of person, but geez, there was a nice easy layup. When you've got a Hawthorn supporter called Guinea Season that's saying that watching us lose is better than sex, mate, the jokes just write themselves. You don't miss those opportunities when they're right there for you.
Guinea. Oh, I'm going to smack that boy. My God. Ginnivan. I think I told you in the Discord, there's nothing I'd like more than taking my belt off and treating him like a fucking child who did something wrong. Prick.
No, I don't think I saw that, but I like it. Well, you know what I mean. Like in a fucked up way. But it's funny.
Another loss, but won't be right. We're going to be up there again next year.
100% will be there or thereabouts. I can't believe we're wrapping this one up so soon because it's after all this time. It's our first time chatting, but it is also what time isn't it? Oh Jesus, post midnight. I've been streaming for 4 hours. Was there anything else you want to discuss either from the game today or, as you mentioned, kind of casting the eye forward a little bit that you wanted to pick through?
Just go Cats. One-eyed. Yeah. Don't care. That's all that matters. Will be bigger and better next year. Who do you think we're going to get in? Like, is Kerner a chance? I don't know. We don't want him, but like, it's going to.
Marshall will happen. Warple will happen because we get him for free. But the Kerno one, I mean, I think he's obviously going to be handy. He's one of the best forwards in the comp, right? And he's been I'd I'd probably ripped on him a fair bit in the past, but what I didn't give him credit for was the fact that he was doing what he was doing with midfielders that pretty much just hack it his way. Like there was never silver platter service. It was always him having to really go and earn it, or the umpires giving him a free kick. But he didn't have clean disposal coming his way from the midfield. So if he's going to rock up and all of a sudden you've got...
Yeah, imagine what he can do with the Cats. Imagine.
Yeah, so that said, he's going to be the hardest one to get because absolutely Marshall needs to be our priority. Despite how good he is, Marshall needs to be our priority. And then I just don't know if we're going to have the capital to be able to offer. We might have to offload players that we don't really want to get rid of, which would be shit.
It sounds Stevens gone.
There was talk about Stevens, like Adelaide was showing a bit of interest, but otherwise I've not heard anything. I've not heard anything other than Adelaide have asked the question.
No. Either way.
But they're chasing blokes like Christian Petrarca, so they're not going to worry about George Stevens until later on. But yeah, that's about it. I think
you can yourself.
I mean, they can have a crack. Apparently, allegedly he is more open to going interstate now than he was in the past. But we'll see.
Yeah, has less options.
Well, he's got less options, and the ones that he was most interested in, being Carlton and Collingwood, probably doesn't want to go there right now. So we'll see.
Yeah, hopefully.
But
anyway, so how was it your wife's birthday today?
No, my wife's birthday's a couple of weeks away. No, it was both my kids. So as I can't remember who I was. As I was talking about when I had Brendan on the stream before. Paul James and his wife made some stupid decisions late December, in the space of a couple of years, and so now my kids' birthdays are both scattered around grand final week.
You did the right thing, mate.
Mistakes were made, or timing was poor, and here we are. My grand final day was compromised.
If you were there, that could mean the difference.
I'll take that. No, I won't actually, because that essentially means I can cop the blame for the next 6 months for the grand final. No, we'll walk away from that one. Oh fuck, Paul's here.
Okay.
I'll be sitting in there. I better lean into Ben's narrative now. I'll be sitting up there. I'll have my caviar and what did I get last time when I went there last week? I'll get my Scotch fillet and have a great time. And they'll win it for me. Sorry, everyone. It's my fault.
If only.
Before we wrap it up, I'll grab a 3-2-1 from you from the game today, so that we can all get ourselves some rest.
Me,
hopefully, I don't go into. Hopefully, I don't jump into bed and start screaming about the VFL and get told off by my wife again.
3-2-1. Who are we gonna get? I don't want to say Dempsey 3. Everyone's saying Dempsey 3. That's a tough one. Yeah, no one really played that well. So yeah, I'll go Dempsey 3.
Don't want to do Dempsey 3, but yeah, right. Everyone was shit. All right, fine, that'll do.
O'Connor 2. I thought he was great. And Mullen, but I'm part Irish, so I'm biased. I thought
lean into it. Who cares?
Great. Yeah, but yeah, rough day, but we're gonna be back there. I just want to say that again. Like, it's the end of the season. It's the start of next season. We can be back. We can do everything. Like, we can only improve.
Absolutely.
And
I think there's a lot more room for growth. We've got some serious competition around us, but there's a lot more room for growth. So we'll just have to see how it all goes.
Also, just going to put this out there. So my missus, I always call her my wife, but we're not actually married. I just say wife because it's colloquial.
The better half.
Yeah, but I told her if Geelong win a premiership, I'll propose to her. Didn't happen today. Thank God. Fuck yeah. But
I don't have that sort of money. Shit. Wasn't expecting the conversation to go that way.
so we had the conversation anyway, and I told her we got there. So yeah, we're going to get married now. So Bussy is getting married.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations, mate. That's awesome.
That's okay, Paul. You have a good night.
Everyone's got to tune into the 4 hour and 10 mark before they catch that juicy bit of news. But that's absolutely awesome. And so the 41 people that are still live watching at the moment, I'm sure are delighted for you, just like I am. Congratulations, mate. That's awesome. There we go. The comments are starting to pour in. Jackie's all over it. So congratulations to you and Mrs. Bussy.
Yeah, we've got one good story to come out of it.
Yeah. There we go. Bit more love starting to pour in as well. Mate, that's awesome to hear. Congratulations, sir. And look forward to talking
my
more.
life. My God. What have I done?
No, it's great. Don't worry about it. I mean, like, don't get into bed and start yelling about the VFL in your sleep. I've watched one VFL game all year. I'm not great at keeping in touch with the seconds. I'll look at the highlights, get myself up to speed. I've watched one VFL game for the year, and it would have been back in like round 2. And yet, after Brownlow night, a 6-pack of beers under my belt, I get into bed, go to sleep, wake up in the middle of the night, and start yelling at my wife about the VFL. So go figure. To the point where, again, I don't know if you were tuning in at the time, but I'll just reiterate it for everyone because these are the stakes before me now. Before I go to bed tonight, it says, "Dear Paul, if you broadcast anything in my ear hole tonight in your sleep, you'll be sleeping in the cubby house. Hope you've got a sleeping bag. Sincerely, your irritated wife." So we'll see how we go. As soon as I got that message, the flow of beers stopped in the shed tonight. I've got a couple left. I've had 4, and that's how it'll stay because I don't plan on staying out in the cold. But mate, it's been awesome to have you on board. Congratulations on the awesome news.
Oh yeah, thank you.
On behalf of all of us from the Hoops crew, that is absolutely awesome. And hope it all goes well. And
actually,
if you need a photographer, I know one. It's my wife.
We're trying for a second child.
Oh shit.
Yeah. We're trying for a second child, and so that's one more membership for the Cats. Go Cats!
My little bit of advice is don't try in December or early January if you want to make sure you can go to a grand final. Just go. No.
I've got to go.
Sorry,
you take care.
Party hats on only during this period. We are not taking any stupid risks. But also, we don't get a say in that scenario. We get told what to do and when to do it, and that's it. But mate, good news is flowing. So yeah, hope it all goes well. And we get given the instructions and we do what we're told. If we don't, well, we might sleep out in the kids' cubby houses or whatever for making too much noise in the night. Anyway. Mate, it's been a pleasure as always. Well, sorry, I won't say as always. It's the first time, but it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the chat over the course of the year. It's been great fun, and congratulations on all of the good news. Spartacus nailed it. No bussy business in December.
Thank you, mate. Have a good night.
See you, mate. All right, that is it for the night. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in. It's been 4 hours of group therapy trying to get over a really unfortunate, disappointing loss in a grand final. We went down by 47 points. It hurts. But as Bussy and many others have said over the course of the night, there's an opportunity to rebuild, to grow, to be better, and go again next year. So thank you to everyone who's tuned in to Postgame Live, whether it's through myself hosting, Ben hosting, or whatever, to the Paul everyone who's tuned in for the Paul James show over the course of the year. I did my thank yous when I wrapped up the Thursday show, but thank you to everyone who's been tuning in to the Paul James show over the course of the year as well. It's been a hell of a good time, and I'm looking forward to doing it all again with you in season 2026. We'll definitely still have coverage from the chaps around the AFLW. I'll try and do little bits and pieces along the way as well, though I am going to take a little bit of a rest. I'm still drowning in school stuff. My year 12s are gearing up for exams, in draft and footy news, draft and trade news, sorry, is what I'm looking for there. Video game stuff. I'm still working on a book that I need to try and get finalized nice and soon. There'll be a little bit of a break for a while, but we'll kind of really get the machine going. I still owe a trade top 10 list. Ben needs to pull his finger out and help me there, but got a draft top 10 list to do. More lists, more content. And as per what I've discussed on the Paul James show recently, as much as I know not everyone here is a video game person, I want to try and keep the community chat and engagement and live streams kind of going a little bit in the off season. Just an opportunity to chat to you. So expect there to be some video game live streams. We'll get the chat going. I might even try and pull some people into it post-game lifestyle. We can just kind of chat while I go through a game at the same time. Allows me to kind of scratch an itch, keep on top of what I need to there, but also continue to interact with all of you guys. So even if you're not into gaming, jump in, join in for the conversation. There'll be lots of footy talk, lots of other stuff as well. And I'm looking forward to doing that with you. But for now, stay tuned for the Hoopies on Monday night. Myself, Ben, and the chaps to break down the entire season, even its disappointing end. There is a $100 Shannon Pizza gift card. I don't know how Ben actually arranged it. There's a $100 Shannon Pizza thing, and I have to, and you've just popped up absolutely the right time with the most recent comment there. I have to give it to Shadu, who has been a powerhouse through the chat, managing the chat, dealing with some of the dickheads, popping some wonderful comments and insights in along the way. Shadu, you've been amazing. I'll get Ben to reach out and sort that one out with you. Not just for tonight, but and I'm basing the $100 on tonight alone, but beyond just that, like, you've been a powerhouse all year supporting the Paul James show. I'll speak to the stuff that I've been kind of hosting. You've been a powerhouse supporting the Paul James show through the chat, through the Discord, through everything all year. And absolutely you deserve $100 worth of pizza. So I don't know how it's going to work with Shannon Pizza, but chip away at it, or just have one big binge, buy a whole bunch of pizzas and then use them as imbued. I missed something there. Buy a whole bunch of pizzas and pop them in the fridge and reheat them over the course of a week or so. Whatever it is that you want to do, but you're an absolute rock star. So thank you for the support, and absolutely deserving. And I hope that you can enjoy all of those. But I'll get Ben to reach out. All right. That's where we'll wrap things up. Thank you all for watching. Remain Geelong strong. And I'll chat nice and soon.
It's time for the show. Dropping pussy down facts, mitts, forwards and backs. Representing G-Town while talking the smack. Crashing backs like Patty, where the hell you at? Whose crew are exploding, don't ever look back. Then we got Paul, yeah, he knows his stuff. He's a man, he's a myth, taking on the nuffs. The man don't miss, he loves to react. His words cut deep, he's a counterattack. Paul's on fire, brings a mic to life. Don't fuck with B-Dog if you value your life. Oh, they fuck shit up, yeah, they run G-Town. The Hoops crew's here and they'll never back down. Jake, Johnny, Sambo, always rocking the game. Betty and Paul, man, remember the names. In the studio, Jake's bringing the noise. With Johnny and Sambo, the chaps chat boys, they're electric and they're ready to roll. The boys are on fire and they're taking control. Recaps and previews, yeah, they cover it all. Part of the Hoops crew with Benny and Paul. They fuck shit up, yeah, they run G-Town. The Hoops crew, baby, they'll never back down. Jake, Johnny, Sambo, always rocking the game. Benny and Paul, chasing glory and fame. With the sleeves, Max Holmes and Jack Bose. Tommy fucking Atkins, he'll break your damn nose. Stewie in the middle, and Reese in the ruck. They see Big Jezza and they know they're fucked. They're the T-Town boys, go hard or go home. They're fucking insane, taking over the throne. Oh, they fuck shit up, yeah, they run T-Town. The Hoops crew, baby, they'll never back down. Jake, Johnny, Sample, get your head in the game. Benny and Paul, they're fucking insane.